check. Right, check,
anatulinda kila siku.
Alright. Kama mawimbi.
Wendo wake umetuzunguka
huku na huku. Brayo. Huku na huku. Upendo wa Yesu. Pula DJ. Pula DJ. Pula DJ Brayo. Brayo. DJ. Asante sana. Thank you for those guys who are still outside. Tafadhali. Pula DJ. Asante. Che. Alright, check. Check, check. Asante. Thank you. Alright. 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 Asante. Thank you. Beautiful. Asante sana Brayo. Thank you. Asante. Thank you. Good after lunch. Good after lunch. Asante sana. Kwa wale ambao wamefika saa hii, karibuni sana. I can see some new faces that were not there in the morning. Wapi ilikuwa mara mumejaza wapi watu wa Pokot County? Baringo? Sabaot za county? Aki mumekaa Amerika nyinyi sana. Kuna watu kutoka kuna Wasabaot ambao wako hapa ndani. Ngoro Sabaot kio. Asante sana my brother. Thank you so much. He's one of our very good technicians ambao amehakikisha kwamba we streaming live. Kumbuka tuko live ndani ya Cast Radio na pia vile vile Cast TV. Tunasema asante sana. Kuna county nimesahau? Yeah? Nakuru County, where are you? Tuko na moja, Ongi Gilge Nakuru. Tusikule tu viazi ya molo hapa. Wapi watu kutoka Narok County? Narok County, Isaac peke yake. Mustu
na pia is among the first people to initiate this kind of idea of bringing people more together. So Madam President is telling me, Yafe, karibu kasi yako inaisha. Ninaogopa. So nafasi hii nataka kumpatia Madam President aweze kumintroduce the next speaker who's going to take the floor. Tupigie makofi tafadhali.
A long time ago, I was told that colleges are the one driving the economy of Kenya. Mami no maana kosir a college neginyo with scholarship chabo athletics. If you ever say, there you go. This gentleman will talk to us about athletics, scholarship opportunities, and how you can the changes in NCAA and NIA. I know that you guys are ready to listen from one of our NCAA championship, rugby champions kwa Inyumba, 7-time conference champ. He was a scholar athlete of the year in Ole Miss. He was inducted into Ole Miss Hall of Fame. He is an accountant by profession. He is a CEO and director of BKK Logistics. And you know what? We are all heading home. This guy went and tried the waters. He was shortlisted as a CAS. So, welcome a father, a husband, and our chairman, Gotabgaa Dallas, KC Dallas. Karibu, Barnabas, Kiru. Thank you so much.
I don't know, Jano, was that all necessary? Asanteni sana. Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon one more time. Ojamge biga puti. Ojamge bugi. Kongo misik so. Kumunuga kasi kumunan Barnaba. Wacha niongee kwa Kiingereza kidogo tu alafu tutaenda maneno ya puti. My name is Kirui. And if this table was empty, I would say I'm Barnabas Kirui, I'm from Dallas, Texas, and that would be it. But because tuko na governor hapa na mimi naona mheshimiwa, lazima niseme penye natoka nyumbani, because at the same time you never know when we might be putting down the CV. So huko nyumbani natoka sehemu inaitwa Bomet. I come from Bomet, a constituency called Konoin, and in a small ward called Boito. So I'm so happy to see my own governor here. To Makobi, to my governor who is here with us today. And also a big hand of welcome to our own Mheshimiwa Kirwa is here also with us. For those of you who don't know, Kirwa was the chairman of Gotabgaa. And that also, but before that, we prepared him in Dallas. He was the KC Dallas chairperson, and that is who I am right now. So I'm following in his footsteps. So who knows? He is now Mheshimiwa in Kenya. Maybe I'll be a Mheshimiwa here or in Kenya. Who knows? I want to appreciate all of you for being here today. And I know there is a lot that is lined up for us to learn. And I want to, first of all, appreciate those who, especially the guest of honors that we have here, and for finding time. You know, when I was in class 6, I don't know how long that was, it's the first time I saw Pastor Joel Gimeto. And Pastor Gimeto, you know, Gimeto, me class 7, go eat in it, my was getting one. Chitani Gimeto, go give a little order, can you shift to the soil? Yes. So makofi kwa Gimeto kidogo. We appreciate you for coming. Tunashukuru sana. I know you will get opportunity to visit some of us in our various chapters. But I'm here today to talk, to speak to a subject that is very dear to me in my heart. And I'm going to spend exactly 25 to 30 minutes to just talk about scholarships. Most of us, when we go home and we talk about I'm coming from the United States, many times we get to be asked, like, how do I go there? How did you go there? What are the opportunities that you have? The one area I have been very vigilant and I've been very concerned about all the time is how is the area that brought me, which was actually athletics, which is coming through bio. So before I start, I want to acknowledge all of us. I want to request anybody mwenye alikuja hapa na mbio, and I know most of you, so I know, don't be shy, because I know when we came we were very skinny and tiny, and nowadays tumebarikiwa. So everybody, if you came through an athletic scholarship of any sort, whether it was full or a quarter or an inch, tusimame tu, let's recognize them, all of us. Let's stand up. Camera baka, watu wa camera, you can monitor or you can see almost half the room. All of us came as runners. Tukitini tafadhali. Na mnaona mpaka Mheshimiwa Kirwa, and then obviously our first Olympian. So don't worry, you know they may not look like it right now, but back then, if you Google somewhere in the Facebook, you will be sure to find a picture of them when they were as tiny as they were at the time. So obviously, Mheshimiwa Governor, umesikia most of us who are from Bomet, I guess it means also we need to double our efforts so that, but I can assure you, the sound, I saw the people from Wasingishu, I think they were doubling. I think Wasingishu and Andy, they were trying to play a team game. So when they say Wasingishu, and then the same people were doing this. But Bomet, you know, we are very honest, so we kept it to our word. Asanteni sana. So I think most of us, you know, there is a phrase we say is preaching to the choir. So preaching to the choir means you are talking to people about the subject that they already may be experts in. So I think for most of us who came through athletic scholarship, of which we are the majority, we may know most of this. But you know, it's good to get updated from time to time about what is happening. It's good to know so that when they stop you at home and asking you questions about this, we need to be able to know how to respond to them. So, so for the sake, Asanteni, welcome from across the world. I think we are live on back in Kenya also. So I want to talk to you guys briefly about athletics scholarship. Now, in America, ko ngeba universities chebo America ko department nebo ngwaek ak department nebo somanet ko ter kikibesho. So ngamu kikibesho ko requirements chebo age tugul ko ter. Now sukulishek en emetab America komi levelishek cheterter. Ngunon kou netoro ogere ireu komi levelishek cheterter. So amache kengalalen nito sikor ko yomoche iyekte chi tugul ko ye kaidetoi lakwet ne koron ko tebenin kole kibendito no America korinoe amun tiengei ngunon chekosiche sukul kitore sukul au ak test chekikoyai ne. So pray that the clicker is working. Let's go. Very good. So in summary, I will just talk very briefly about sukulishek chekitindoi ne tuguk chekemoche kebore requirement ko ne tuguk chekemoche sikebe ne process nebo application ak keys to success. So I will be going very fast with the hope that if I leave something and somebody will have a question, go free, go there, so number one, I'm not in general going korone ko sukulishek ko kikipchei kongeten division 1 agoi nilechi ko kile junior college. Kit agenge nomoche kitenai chito nesome sukul anan nesomchini sukul lakwet ko ile nito bo ngweny tugul reu ko ne rahisi en tugul keba amun en tuguk chekimokyingei. Kergei ko magis, kergei ko kiitorau sukul, kergei ko tuguchon koni. So konon kobore junior college. Nito bo barak nino kebore division 1. Ko division 1 ko the most competitive. Yon kekas ngunon all the big schools chemi America ko they belong under that division 1. So koriyekeba under the requirements ko kinomoche inai kityo ile yon itinye chito lakwet neyobu ko neterter ako ingen ile karon yelenji clearen ak NCAA lipan chebo application fee lipan ne ak ne ko nitanino komoche kokali amun tuguk chekimoche requirements asike qualifying. Lakini ko biik chechang yon imoche kou ane nguni I'm telling you it's a big subject kiramutu logok over 10 ongen ale ambassador Ronald kosire chon chechiket kiramutu logok kabisa chechang. Ko ngamun amutu chechang ko my emphasis ko konyo chito America. Ikere ngebwa ole kungemi sukul kotebene chumbek kolo kichusen dono Mississippi kile asinyo ko mengen ile eno ibwate ile mongen chicho kole ane ko kemoche anya America momeche kebore kaitit neo sichu ile yonen. So ko kidewo kinye chito ne chekini lakwet sukul ko your emphasis nengung ko kosich requirements chekimoche ikomeken sure ile siche opportunity konyo mami chonge ketebe kele oo kabo sukul ndo wana mimi na muni kakebwa nyo tugul ko kerge soe ko ma America and then agor ko kit nesire tugul ko nito ni kobore junior college ko is a 2-year school. So ngamun 2-year school ko mami requirement ko dono kelele ni lazima ke test jekure ne yang ne. Requirements kotomo ko apply lakwet biik chechang ko ketinye nafasi ayino kikimi radio ko chingin lako kole no ane kyabaka sukul form 2 kibwono ndono pake kole kyatale sukul 99 kibwono ndono. So number 1 ne jali imwochi pichonje chosome sukul ko ileji lazima itaf 4. Now there is a requirement in kasarta nyono nikikibwono more than 10 years ago ko kitamgo mamatoreni kele kiitorau form 4. Keba ngumi yangu kele NCAA the organization nebo leo pauwai ko kele kiako ita time nikitore chito sukul akobur 10 years enga akomach konyo koron. Ukikonyo koron after 10 years osinoni ko lagokab 17 years kitab 30 years old. Ukikichob rule nemi NCAA division 1 nemwoe kole chito kongeten koketar high school en Kenya ko counted the clock against you. So ngunon kotitar sukul ak inyo koron kekonin kenyisiek 4 ilobotyi sukul. Lakini ko kiritar kenyisiek 3 en gaa kerebeni kenyisiek 2 kenyoni kityo koron kelabat kenyisiek 2. So that is one of the requirement of NCAA nebo mwowo kole icheket komoche komeken sure kole fair competition. Because koik fair competition kele yonen ko kimeken sure kele the only thing kityo that's why nebo mwowo the school nekolechin kokobore junior college ak nekibore NAIA ko matinye that requirement. So okot ndanyone chito nekikotar 10 years ago sukul ndanyone ko the fact that konyo sukul ini ko he will still qualify for division 1 ko labata komi amune amuni kikure gari starten konyo junior college. So that is why college chi tugul amache ile kunote ina ile ak biik chekosom kot komi chito nekosom en olimbo Kenya konai kole kit nebo maana en tugul ko nekandet inai sukul neichuseni. The main thing The other thing after KCSE ko SAT ko test chekire kwa English and Kiswahili wako chitu lazima uwe American ko kata school ko longo lazima dia sile in college. So that's another thing. Itako liginyo itako $60 kasare ko kule $120 another. So that's another thing. The third thing, traveling, you know, give a test of English as a foreign language. Most of the schools have waived that requirement because when you fill those forms, make sure you are a kid listening to me out there, you always have to say English is your first language because it's actually the mode of instruction in our country, Kenya. So that is why most schools, you have to make sure you avoid a school that will make you to have to do the TOEFL exam because that is a very costly examination to do. And then the finances. Now, that is where now most of us come in. Make sure in the from the first step kata form 4 ako ikonyo koit kurani kora bini chibo ishien kola kwetu unoni campaign ako yai test jikakubara SAT and then ako iluwajini renting yon. That is requirement and that is where the parents need to know. Eno libagi nyangu niko iko changa mino ako cheve places ko iko stroke again and Lore and many other places where libagi te kiricho kumi kambisha ka picture training of the parents. I urge the parents who are listening there, those of us here who are sponsoring some of those kids, make sure we check with them and know what they are doing because below matungi ni sigi chonti oktora go kichoma gina ngene testane go rongo ile ni go train lagi na mami go unota. So let's make sure. So those are the things, and then obviously you need the will in the need. The process, I think I already talked about it. The thing, that last thing, Nigi, now about a visa, service plus visa fee. The change is like what they get in the was in school, America, in our time, more than 10 years ago, that service fee was only $100. Now it is $350. You go to 49,000 Kenya shillings. About that service fee, you pay once. And then got the sum school this year. I will part of my attach school in honor. I will get attached in the next semester. You can transfer it. Like after one, they expire. So that is another thing. And then of course the visa to Najua water. Picture was a union visa $170 a good. That is 23,000 Kenya shillings. So it is a very costly affair, but it pays a lot of dividends if we can do it right. So that is where I wanted. No, I always include this slide where I'm talking about the quickest way to come to America or to get an admission. Before you book a visa, for those of you who know, you need an admission letter called the I-20. The quickest way ni hiyo kitu inaitwa junior college. Chuko stands for junior college. When you go to junior college, they need an SAT exam, but they don't need a certain mark. I've applied so many schools for kids, but when you apply those schools, they will tell you SAT, we need this mark. But wow, junior college, they will tell you, have you done the SAT? Yes, that's just a requirement, it's a check mark. These are the schools called the NAIA. They will tell you, have you done the SAT? Ulipata hii mark, kama hukupata, you are told to write a letter. Yenye inaonyesha, when you were in high school, you were smart, lakini bahati mbaya umefanya hii exam na ikuwa mzuri sana. So isn't that nice? I think Wakenya tunajua kufanya hivyo. Andika barua ngeze barua ina mwa wala ite kai kichukua yaje chungumo wachapa lakini tamo ne ayin sugul. So hii chamuni nyo na muni so barara so me bora so those two schools, those two levels, we need to make sure ile kagiba that opportunity. So amache lagu chakasani enolino eche chegibi eno ke sponsors in one way or the other sigi chegibi yongi ke watch these kids this direction. Amoni most of these schools they do a good job. Now keys to success. I think kijana yani kitu na anyuru kwa wewe at the first time kwa amigo na kwa they will go mimi ndio na America ni chama hiki ngia nyuru si plaza ni ite na nyo sama tu kwa mwa kijole na mwa ni la kwa kijana ngati kwa hata mungu kita kwa mimi classes lakini this guy stuck to the promise that I gave him. Kingota for leo kwa hata kwa si plus, so what is next? You see, So this is clearly a person who knew in his head, well, there's a promise, I want to go to America, this America is for all of us, and then that is what happens. So if you are patient and determined and have these things, you will be able to go. So that is why, so what I normally do when I see a promising kid, I talk to them, talk to them through this process. I always ask them if they are really determined. I take them to a training camp. A training camp normally takes a year to 2 years. Now, one thing you need to know with why a lot of people who joined didn't have the talent in them to start with. It's just that people who wanted really to make a difference in life, and they decided to say, Kiko Big America, I'm going to say more one. So that is the thing. So that is what you have to do. But mostly that good support system. We need to make sure we support the nyalo. I think this is my last slide. Remember that one. They say sports 10% talent, 90% your effort. Kitu na mtu kijana yata ile kama lavi ni kocha wale chichi kabisa kwa mwe chichi kwa hitole wanyoga irwa all over the time na ladies amu you know about the steeple G's can look in why they something all about the 10 17 because the lady lagi nataka alaba 9 that something. So but this guy, I told him, man, you need to get trained. 2 years later go get in the conference, go even number 1 in the conference level. Because this thing is about the determination, you do what you are told to do and stuff like that. So I want to encourage the kids out there, people who are people of goodwill, this is the way to go. Anyone can do this thing, but make sure, because remember, you have not succeeded until at least your successor succeeds. So most of us, if you are here, ujaleta mtu from Kenya, then you are not adding. So governor, unajua mimi nimeleta watu wengi, that's why I'm even trying to come back home, because I know up and say, if I go back, I'm leaving at least some people who I can count on. Every time I talk, I get an opportunity to talk. A lot of people will have follow-up questions, especially the kids who may be watching on TV or listening to me over wherever they may be. I don't know, you can mulika huko, but my email address is always the best way to be reached at, and I make sure I respond to all the people, and so if you have any questions, I want you to be able to reach out. The only last thing I want to say, those people who have undergraduate degrees in Kenya, and you are interested in coming to the US, that's another very, very, very positive area. When you apply for any program in the United States for a master's degree, most of them, they will accept you automatically. The only challenge is when they now tell you, can you now prove to us the way you will be able to pay those fees? And that is where the challenge normally comes. They ask for the bank statement and stuff. But I want to ask you, when you apply for those things, inherently, automatically there is a box that they will ask you, will you require any form of scholarship? And you have to check that box. But more importantly, make sure you look for the department. When you apply for school, you look for the school, you look for the department chair, and you email them and ask them, hey, my name is so and so, I'm interested in coming to do a master's program. Do you have any type of scholarships? And remember, as long as you know the target of the schools you're applying, remember in our days we used to apply 10, 15, 20 schools at the same time, but it's like putting fishing out there, and you'll always be sure to get 1 or 2 who will respond. So make sure you are doing your due diligence before you apply those ones, so that at least you are giving yourself a chance of a response back, so that you can be able to pursue that opportunity. I'm sure, I think I am, how am I doing? So I think I am,
You go.
I talk very fast.
You go.
Unakimbia. Unajua ni mtu ambio. Mimi mtu ambio. Whenever I have the mic, I feel like somebody is about to come and say, "Imetosha bwana."
Not really.
I try. Nashukuru sana. My name is Barnabas. If you have any questions, my email address is creative@gmail.com, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Asante sana.
Thank you. Barnabas. Tupige makofi mazuri tafadhali. Very good. Tuko na session ya Q&A, a few questions. Just najua tutakuandikia maswali mengi kwa email, but a few questions here that you can answer.
Thank you for that information. My question to you, I know you touched a lot on Gotabgaa. We have Gotabgaa, like in the diaspora. How do you advise or inspire our children to also pursue athletics in this country? Because I know that's an opportunity that we are overlooking, even as an organization of Gotabgaa.
One thing, that is a very good question. Amun bige chang ene chegi sigi chegi ruwe ko garo ni yor we chaga tibik chaga ko mama mai ko mama che amuneni. So I believe the right answer to that question lies in the inspiration that we can provide as parents. Most of us, we graduate and then we stop running completely, and then even we don't get the time to train these kids to learn about these opportunities. So I want to request to say, I think one of the ways we can inspire our kids is to make sure we involve them in those activities. Even if as parents we don't run ourselves, at least we enroll them in the running clubs, in the school running clubs. We have, I know in Fort Worth, there is a gentleman who started a club that is called, which actually inspires the kids to come and run. So I think what we can do, one of the favor we can do for our kids is to make sure we enroll them in that.
For real, he came to this country, they have done it. So, in Lago, Chepito Goran, Amajoy, Canada, most times we are so busy. We are gases here. We ship, Magi, Loy, and Lago. Me and my wife, Pogitun, and my family, they give me New Jersey. But the Lakwet, Martin, and Sagi, even to Mojago, so we used to be there for them. So you have to make sure you attend and all the sports. I go encourage and logo kwang matin. Sometimes when go I my live no ganya, kungi logi tisiat, so minin put you win and it a stay in your scholarship. So explore the opportunities to me go on. I go like a lago kwak. I still believe in Mugul Daniole. Pick up college are very good tennis players. I still believe in my heart. All the big up college are very good golf players. So, I encourage and logo Kuaguna at Kyotas, Conguerabwe in Paishonic Joy, Ungigil Kilogoju, authority governor, or wage training camps in your counties. Kirua, I expect to have you set up a training camp in Masop. You know, most of them go make up with meal rate. Have one in Masop, Sumutai, Gobuane, Logo Gobuane. I would take a major big up South Drift, Konyoro, or training camps, so be it Kobwa. Atia, Kai took you to Gigawal, all these rules, Kewal, Mugameja get the lot. Logan Gomeja game on Migi to what I get the style, Kebo Ishabi, Umranon, Sigil get. But we are very talented and we can actually explore those opportunities. There is a lot of money because good Kilbanun $30,000. US school, you know, what else do you need? So, imu works at Tukutogul, Ungigi Logo Kyoga, but Onam Ungeba coaching, you know, some of us. Kogiserbaro Noga, when a governor in Kesirchi American Embassy, me and Paul Rang, Kesirchi Legend Gutugi, Buanaje, Kugi Mogi, Nagar, Wangoro, Nipke, Olympic, Quamune, Soete, Kunyaga American Embassy actually went to Kapsabet. Ko interview at Ngana Egele Jamune so at their visa. So non go some Miguel some the treaty, so go beat get or a tail of Okyagongo, give it rock.
Probably one last question or two. Thank you, Professor.
Mi koimutiet kora nekamoche atebe serikalit kotoretechi. Amoche kotakechungusan AK. Mi corruption nekakobit eng orit yotok. Ngap kediscouragen lagokyok chekotomondoi. Amu kakoek a process nekibunei and there is a lot going on there. Amoche kotakeker yotok. Amu ngap kobitune discouragement yot. komi biik che tebe yotok sikobit koker. Mi rabinik ako mi scholarships chemi oli. Lakini ngekerune olin kikoikoi kelach oba camp trainen olya asikobit konyorune rabinik bichoto yoto amu ngobun yundo kobun olin nyeketile rabinik eng yu ko ngobwa US komo mbele namdoi. Ngot kemoche keku serious, we need to look at that as well.
Thank you.
Also, to add on, it's not really a question. Also, Uwakwa komingu na Kenya na komi training, kele for example, kawajita for 2 years, ako meje kwa plan school. So, komi formi neke chasani online. So, as a student athlete, na meje konyogora nyogora, komeje kwa outline and kole kwa ine within those 2 years, maybe for example, college like community engagement, like a target community, between that period of time, amungu nangu ko digital embassy, kumagingen kele ngaji jata, lakini yaga ko lein ngalek within those 2 years, ko apply nyata junior college and ko NIS schools, kegere kele impet genyisha jata tol or arawe jata tol, informing natage ko kachasan ko lekya ko ngetege yu. Let's say after I graduated from high school, for 6 months, for this certain period of time, so that community jata kwendi embassy akijata interview ni ko ready kongen ko leine nene kiai jata. So unata mheshimiwa mamigina mwa.
Ladies first. Or men? Oh, just this one last one, because of time.
Question I got. So we have students that allow me to talk in English, please. So we have students that come here, and then when they get here, they struggle to sustain themselves. What is the best way could you advise us Kalenjins who are here already, who know the way? Because we have students that come here, and when they get here, as student athletes, over the summer, they don't have anywhere to go. So I was asking, what could you advise as somebody who stayed here for a long time to help our students who come here and that don't have any community? Because even me, I never knew of Gotabgaa until I was in that year. So I don't know what's something that we can do as Kalenjins to make sure that our kids get here and get to be able to maintain their scholarship, stay in shape and all that.
Thank you very much. So since that might be the last question, that is a very good question. Most people sometime, I know of, during my time of some schools that when the school was not in session, they would charge. They would say the dorms are closed. If you want to stay in the dorms, you pay $20 a day for the whole summer. And obviously, if the kids are not working, they don't have a job, then obviously they will not have that opportunity to do that. So what is my opinion on that? Number one, it's very important I think that's where the officials, Madam President and the other officials, we need to have a very good outreach system so that when people land in this country, they are aware that we have an organization. If they are in Dallas, for example, somewhere around, in the Dallas area, they need to belong to the local chapters, because if you belong to some organization, I think it would alleviate that, that pain of not knowing anybody around and stuff like that. But I think that's a challenge that we are giving to an organization like this one, because other than that, if you go to some cities, for example, that may not have a very active chapter of Gotabgaa like this one, that one may not be a good place because there will not be a local chapter. And that is why I think we need a chapter, we need the Gotabgaa itself, even at the national level, to make sure they have an outreach system so that we have a way of trying to reach out to the kids, in whatever schools they have. And I think also it also goes along with that nowadays, when you go online and look up these organizations, to those kids who are listening out there and anybody out there, it's easy to get the information about other colleagues, about some of other fellow Kenyans and stuff like that. But more importantly, make sure when you are in school, when you get in touch with the administration and tell them about your interest in looking for Kenyans or other Kenyans of goodwill from wherever, I think it would be possible. But I think I want to request the organization and all of us in the local chapters to do something about it so that we make sure we sensitize the community of all the athletes who may be around the area so that they'll be aware that there will be a place to go. Last but not least, I want to say, in Lagok Chan meeting, one of the reasons that actually kind of led to the issue of having visa issues is because it got to the point where some people would show up and they would, because it normally starts with writing to a coach, you tell them you are a good runner, blah, blah, blah. And then people started showing up and they are completely out of shape. It was just somebody talking behind the mic, behind the computer and stuff. Amaja request in lagok cheumi osame school, making sure in searching coach and some opportunity, in training you are moon, give a situation, the big and laguli or chibiga lagna fast. I mean, we schools in Gunichukita taking a lot of Kenyan athletes like Colby Community College. Can it go meet only 6 or 7 athletes? Chibakenya, Lagani will more degree in Kenyan. Samuna, a moonki, a level, Negi, Boa, Nebi, they are not, they are talking, they are tech savvy and they know how to get a scholarship because they know what time to say and all the stuff. But when it comes to really doing what you're supposed to be doing, running and stuff, they are not good enough. So I want to request everybody, make sure you don't try to come through running, because when you come through running and yet you are not a runner, when you get here, you'll get into problems because they will take away that scholarship, and then that's where some of the struggles will come from. Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer any out there, but I thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Mr. Chafe.
From Konoin to the world. Makofi yake one more time. Thank you very much, my brother. The only time that I remember myself running so quick, nilikuwa nimefukuzwa na mbwa anaitwa Bosco. I don't know, I was coming to America, actually when I got this invitation to be here, nikasema sasa America naenda na mbwa mwenye atanifukuza. Unajua mbwa wa America wanajua English. Nikienda ni mbwa mwenye aelewi kwera Bosco. Nikasema hapana. So, because now we've spoken about finances that actually these people require when they come here. There is the next team that are going to come here to present something on finances. Because we want to do matters money, I want us to just do a quick energizer, because I know we are quite busy, tumekula chakula vizuri, tumeshiba. For the sake of this forum, nyinyi mnakuwa policemen. You're the policemen, right? And then you guys are going to be thieves. And then you're going to be the people. So Nikki mentioned people, thieves, you just stand and sit down, right? Nikisema police, you stand and sit down. Nikisema people, stand and sit down. Thieves, where are the thieves? Thank you. So this is the story. This is the story. Now, Kongowea market is where people, After you want to America, Muslim instructions. Now, Kongowea market is where people go to turn their sweats into money. And because there is money, they are thieves. They are being thieves, they are policemen. But people have been complaining that thieves have been colluding with the policemen to steal from the people who have been struggling to get their money. Mujipigie makofi for that, asante sana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call Imarisha team to come over and of course do their presentation. Tell us what we need to do. They have told us here that my Sacco of choice. So allow me to call Imarisha team. Wapi makofi tafadhali? Asante sana. Thank you, my brother. They're going to tell us matters money. How do we save our money with Imarisha? And of course, they're going to tell us their terms. Makofi one more time wanapokuja. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Imarisha.
Gotabgaa Oyomune. Yes. My name is Ernest Langat from this great organization in Marisha Sacco. MC Chafe, I was told to do an introduction of Marisha. I will be doing the great presentation tomorrow, so don't miss my presentation. Tonight, I'm going only to introduce this organization about Marisha. Kotoma Igonon Ngasombiga Marisha, where is chairman? Are we in? Yes, chairman. Give him a clap. Where is my director, Andrew? Give him a clap. Where is, I think the rest of the team are seated outside there on our desk. So let me briefly introduce this great organization, Marisha. Marisha has partnered with Gotabgaa for quite some good years, just because of the core values of Gotabgaa and core values of Marisha. What we believe in is what Gotabgaa was identical. And to bring to context Marisha, I think as MC Chafe has just put it, we want to partner with the community in diaspora in matters, finances, and investment. And in the Sacco sector, what we do, we cultivate a culture of savings. You save before you go and borrow in the bank or in the Sacco. So we have been talking to most of you, and greatly I would say, I think if I look at the numbers here, a quarter of you could be members of this great organization. Okay, is that right? And we've just come back again to the Houston chapter just to talk to the hearts of those of you who have not understood what this organization means in terms of investment, financing, and also growing the culture of savings. In the sector and in the Kenya government, they have put the art of the cooperative movement at the forefront because of the contribution it makes to the GDP. For the first time in history, we have a cabinet secretary of cooperatives, all right? And for the first time also, the government are putting in more effort towards housing and saying you partner with the Saccos so that you can invest in the housing. And briefly, this organization also has equity with KMRC. I think KMRC is an organization that the finance bill that was read, that went to the second reading, got a fair share, KMRC. And among the equity that form KMRC, Marisha is one of the 4 Saccos that has bought equity in KMRC. What does it mean? Money has been given to you because once you are a member of a Sacco, you will be going to have a mortgage that is only a single digit. For the first time, you're not going to build a house with an interest of 19%, but you're going to build a house with an interest of 9%. What about that? This organization also has kind of products that is custom made. I want every one of you, when you're walking out of that door, you go and pick this pamphlet. We have products that are custom made for the community living abroad. We have studied the culture of our members and the community in abroad, and we say we might not be doing the favor of products if we don't come out with custom-made product for the diaspora. So we have some product here that is just meant for you guys. If you don't take it, it is for nobody else. So have this copy, look at the product, so that tomorrow I need to have 1 or 2 questions about what someone has seen in this pamphlet. And to bring context of this in Marisha, let us see the growth of this Sacco. Last year when we were in Minnesota, the growth was 17.1 billion in asset base. Today, as I stand here, last year books of account, it closed with 19.8 billion in asset base. So what does it mean? Marisha makes a leap of 2 billion every year. In terms of loan portfolio, when we were in Minnesota, I read to you that it was 13.4 billion. As we closed the business of 2022, it went to 15.7 billion in terms of loan portfolio, okay? And there's a lot of testimonies from members we met in Minnesota. As I took a flight in Nairobi, I had to call people to tell them we are coming to Houston. One of the members in Arizona, I won't mention their name, is the person I met and I introduced it to this great organization. She told me, no, I'm in Kenya. You not meet me in the US. So I said, okay, I'll be there for some time. When are you coming back? She said, no, also I'll be in Kenya for some. But she come from Eldoret. She went to our branch in Eldoret, and she went with credit card or debit card. When she checked on her account, there was a liquid cash of $4,450. Right? If I wanted to convert to Kenya shillings, about Bonagogo, 600 is liquid. Only that is interest on deposit of what you made in Arizona last year. The deposit she made was only 2 million, but she put it in a special account called Share Drive, which we were running campaign then. So that is some very good testimony about this organization. It's real. And she told me, can I go to the counter and cash it? I said, okay, go ahead. And she could access the 600,000. So once we are here, let's have a candid conversation on how your money is seated in Kenya. And if you can talk to this organization, you'll never go wrong. Okay? So let us have a conversation when you have time. We are seated right, our desk is right on our exit, on the left. Ask us a few questions. And we have even simplified it for you. If you visit our desk, we don't have papers. Unlike in Minnesota, where we told you to fill in some papers, everything is digital. We will send you a digital form through a WhatsApp. You fill it, you attach all the documents digitally. When you press the button submit, it gets to us. It's as simple as that. So even when you are leaving home, can you ask me, I send you a soft copy of how you can enroll, then tomorrow we have another conversation. Otherwise, thank you so much. We love you guys. We love Gotabgaa. We will remain, as long as you want us to be partners, we will remain partners. Kongo missing.
Thank you very much, my brother. And my friend, umeniachia simu, I'll keep it for you. It is safe. I have it. I have it. Asante sana. Nafasi hii, sababu ya muda unaona tumekimbia marathon kidogo, nataka kukaribisha Vice President aje akaribisha the next speaker. Tupigie makofi anapokuja. Asante sana. The NFL Master. Karibu.
Gotabgaa, mnaendaje? Nataka commercial time, nataka kusimama kidogo. Ha? Haya, simame basi na mstretch. Ama wapi MC? Brayo, hebu akomasho kidogo. Hiyo wimbo ya watu, you know. Ajeke? Sawa sawa. Acha Brayo aweke hiyo basi, alafu ndio tuendelee. Kongoi. Oh man, tulikuwa tumekula, sasa chakula imeteremka vizuri. Now we are ready. Sawa. So msifeel vibaya. Sasa alisimamisha watu wenye walikuja kukimbia. I just saw a few. Watu kama sisi wenye hatukuwa tunaweza kukimbia, we sat down. Lakini nzuri sisi tulikuwa na akili, tulikuja kusoma. So anyway, for the next one, we are going to introduce our next speaker. This gentleman is bald, as you can see. Or no, I meant you're bald. Like you have, yeah. I didn't mean that you're bald-headed, right? I didn't mean it that way. So our next speaker is a few credentials about him. He's a director of Kimbai Financial Agency. He's currently licensed in over 27 states, okay? Since 2018, he has been able to help and provide protection, which is like insurance, for over 2,500 families, okay? He's a graduate of West Virginia University, and he's based here in Houston, Texas, okay? As you see him, just know that whatever we're going to get from him, he's coming from somebody who is trusted by other insurances, that is currently working with over 60 A+ rated insurance companies, which some of them have started over a century ago, around the year of 1848. So, team, I want to take this opportunity to welcome none other than Mr. Kimbai. Karibu. Thank you. Appreciate you.
South Houston, how are we doing? Good. My Swahili is kidogo, so don't judge. But no, today I wanted to talk more about something that's very important for the community, which is life insurance. And I know that's a tough topic for a lot of people. It's not a comfortable topic sometimes, but it is an important subject. And just wanted to talk a little bit about me first, a quick background. Next slide, please. I am located in Houston, Texas, and my family comes from El Dorado, Cabiamit. I went to school at West Virginia University, and I actually did play sports. I played football, and I enjoyed what I did. I actually ended up doing sports performance training for athletes. Oh, got the clicker. Apparently, I'm in control here, okay. Do I have to press a button? Yeah. Just little technical difficulties. All right, I might just ask you guys just to hit next. That might be what we have to do here. It's not. All right, I'm gonna go off of my notes here. So yeah, I played sports in West Virginia University and enjoyed it so much I ended up actually training athletes at a facility called Exos. We used to train people for pro sports, help people with MLB, NHL, NFL, even NBA players. And I enjoyed what I did, but I realized I wanted to leave an impact. So May 2018 was the first time I did insurance. Got introduced to it actually from a friend. And I'm gonna tell you a quick story, a background what actually motivated me to get there in the first place. My good friend, he grew up in Chevy Chase, Maryland, and his mother, both family members came over from Ghana. Mom was a nurse, and his dad was going to school for engineering. And unfortunately, the mother got sick. She got something called toxic shock syndrome. When that happened, they misdiagnosed it the first time, and unfortunately, she ended up passing away. That put their family in a very bad position. About 2 to 3 months into that situation, when it had happened was they started to get those notes from the mail for foreclosure. Things got very financially tight for them. And at some point in time, what ended up happening was, they almost had to leave the house. When that happened, they ended up finding an insurance policy that they did have in place. They filed that claim, it paid out. They were able to save that home. That home was paid for. They had $100,000 in cash. He ended up finishing at his school. He had 8 months left. Engineers get paid very well. He was put back in a good position. One thing that he told us growing up, he said, God forbid the worst happens to you, you want to make sure that you have something in place to protect your loved one. And that stuck with me. So I ended up getting an insurance in 2018. And at that point, went from doing insurance and, is there a need for our products? So how many people have a 2-income household here today? 2-income household? Now, believe it or not, 7 out of 10 of Americans have a dual-income household. And what that means is if one income stops, that means if somebody gets sick, somebody gets hurt, unfortunately, if somebody passes away, that income stops and now they're in a bad position. Now, 53, there we go, that's the old one. 53% of foreclosures happen due to death or disability, and that's a major problem. On top of that, the average funeral cost is close to $12,000. So we know that these are things that have to happen if, unfortunately, somebody passes away. Money has to be in place for that. Now, one thing I love about our community is we have something that's called Harambe, and that actually puts us in a great position. Now, that's something that's been passed along, and we do things like the benevolent fund to help each other out. Now, things are different. Things are a little different from how they were back in the day. Back in the day, things cost a little bit less. You can see here the average home, what it used to cost back home, right, in Kenya, a lot less. Average income to maintain a household back home, pretty simple. You could retire on your shamba, and I talked to Lillian Maswai, she confirmed college was like $300. Very cheap. Now, you look at how things are right now. Your average lifetime income, what people pay out for the course of their life, 1.7 million. The average mortgage, 231,000. And that monthly payment is close to around 1,500, 1,600 a month on average. Retirement, you need at least 10 times your salary to be able to retire on in savings. And lastly, what does it cost? The last time we checked for college is pretty expensive, right? Yeah. So these are things that have to keep happening, unfortunately, if somebody passes away. And if you don't have anything in place, what ends up happening is what? You have to figure out how to make that money, and there's a gap. So is there a need for our products? We talked a little bit about the needs there. The main problem, again, we have a solution for that. It's through Life's Journey. And these slides are very much out of order. What we do in Life's Journey is we protect it through life insurance, mortgage protection, term coverage, universal coverage, whole life coverage. Not only that, if income stops when you're working, we do it through health. So disability coverages, long-term care, critical illnesses, those type of things, as well as wealth. You know, if I asked you today, if taxes were to increase, decrease, or stay the same in the future, what would be the answer? Increase, right? So does it make sense to put all your eggs in a basket where that's going to go ahead and increase and you have to pay more in taxes later? There's many different solutions, and it's just part of the pie that we do. Debt-free life. You know, we actually help people pay families' mortgages, other debts, credit cards, consumer debts, 10 years or less without them doing anything additionally more. And this is just because we're using vehicles that you guys have probably heard of, just haven't taken advantage of. That's it. A lot of people ask me, they're like, how much does life insurance cost, Kip? They're like, is it $300? Is it $1,000? Is it $50? It's what it needs to be for you. So there's many different ways to protect the home. You know, first off, burial. You know, that can be very cheap for a lot of people. People who don't have something in place for that, it typically person who steps up to do something for it, who's going to do that for you? Simple. That's it. Next question.
Yes. Kwa majina naitwa Robinson Basonyi. So when somebody tells you about life insurance, it's like somebody is talking about your death. And we have cultural beliefs that you don't touch it. Please don't touch it. So as insurance agencies, how do you convince somebody that I should not be scared when you're talking to me about insurance? How do you make me comfortable because you are talking about my death? I know there is the insurance business perspective of life insurance, but thank you.
Great question. No, give him a hand. That was a great question. Great question. So most of us flew here, drove here. How many people flew? Right? So when we got on that plane, didn't, not TSA, but the people on the plane, didn't they give us an instruction on how to put a mask on our face? You guys remember that conversation? Now, do you guys hope to use that mask? No, nobody wants to use that mask. But it's nice to know how to use it if something happens, right? So wouldn't it be nice to know that you have something in place when something happens to you?
Yeah, I'm also an insurance agent, but it's been very difficult to convince our people about life insurance. I've been able to talk to people from Kikuyu land. They are very interested, they're aggressive, they will pick it and they will go. People from Kisii, but people from our community, they are very laid back. One thing they will ask you is, no, I don't know about nothing insurance. You know, so it's so hard. But I just wanted to ask you, do you guys have living benefits that are associated with your insurance plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, good question. I was going to say yes. So living benefits is different for different people, right? So the majority of the time technically what living benefits are is if something happens to you, terminal, critical, chronic illness, that benefit's also going to be used while you're alive, right? But there's also, a lot of people, when they say living benefits, what they mean is cash value, right? It's the ability to tap into some cash value. Yes, if you have policies that are designed specifically to maximize that cash value, yes, we have policies to do that. Thing is, just like any other financial vehicle, you're not just putting $7 a month to make that happen for you, right? It has to be funded properly. People want to have two things. They want to have a death benefit, and they also want to have cash value. You got to pick and choose if you want to decide to make a policy that works the best. Because if you have one that is heavy on the death benefit side, unfortunately, it's not going to accumulate fast enough. And then if you want something that's going to accumulate for you, you have to fund it properly. Rule of thumb for you guys who do insurance, and just a free tip, whatever someone's age is, add a 0, that's the minimum that they should be putting inside of an IUL. If you want to fund it properly. If you're an insurance agent in here and you don't want your policy replaced, put someone's age at a 0, and that's going to make sure that they have that funding properly. Anything less than that, it's going to be underfunded. If you're 50, $500 minimum. If you're 60, $600. If you're doing it for kids, that's different because they're younger. Because if you want to maximize your college, you have about 10, 20 years to get that done, you can get away with like $100, $200 a month, $300 a month. But if you're trying to plan for retirement, would you guys, how many people put money toward their 401k at work, right? And they give you a percentage to match, right? So if you know how much that percentage is, why would you put less than that percentage in something else that you need to use for retirement? Right? Simple math, simple math.
Hi.
Hello? Yes, my name is Wilfred Kandia. Okay, I'm not actually here to sell an insurance at all. I just come here to say thank you, Kemboy, for doing what you're doing. It's great. But I have a question for you in support of Kemboy. How many of you guys have vehicle, motor house insurance? Raise your hand. I don't see many hands. Do you have vehicle, motor vehicle insurance? Great. That's the government policy, right? Period. Now, how many of you have life insurance? It's almost 20 people out of 200 people. So, I think I called out one gentleman who said that if it comes to the people from Calais, we have Kalenjin, it's so difficult for them to buy life insurance because they're scared of 6 feet. They're scared of 6 feet. And it comes when it goes to 6 feet or close to going to 6 feet, or it is already announced that it is gone. I'm a Peter. So what happened? Create WhatsApp. And let me just be open. We create WhatsApp, right? Announcement, fundraising. And what happened? We can raise 10,000, we can raise 20,000, and sometimes, God forbid, we don't conduct, we need to take our body back where? Not where. So, those are the things that you need to be honest with you, in this generation. You need to understand that don't lie to yourself. We are passing. Tutakufa siku moja, whether you like it or not. But we need to go to this guy's line, life insurance. It is very important. Paswan, I'm talking to you as well. We need to have a life insurance. So once we have a life insurance, this thing of creating WhatsApp, left and right, and this, it is very important. So I'm encouraging you to have that life insurance so that we don't disturb anyone. You know, you're not disturbing actually, but that's why it's not common in Americans here. If you ask them about fundraising for funeral or something, no, because they already planned and they already have a plot for burial, plan everything. Thank you.
And I'll piggyback off what he said. So my team specifically, we work off of leads. So that means that we actually don't need, like this is, we're educating right here. The average person I sit with, it's funny because you sit with people who are older and they're like, insurance is so expensive. Then the young people, they're like, I don't need it because I'm not going to die. Marion just, our neighbor downstairs, he just graduated. You guys are from Houston. You know University of Houston, U of H? 25 years old. Just literally shook his hand. This past weekend on Saturday, he died. He had a heart attack in the park. 25. Tomorrow's not promised. All we know is today. And the thing is, when we sit down with these people, everybody who wants to get insurance, they're not getting it because they really, really want it. They're putting it in place because they know when something happens, they want to make sure things are protected. So I think that's something to just let people know, is the fact that you just have to prepare for the future. You don't have to necessarily think, I need X amount of dollars. Have something in place just to put something for your family in case you get buried. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So guys, because of time,
all the questions, he's going to be seated outside, but in our midst, we are so blessed with agents who are selling life insurance with benefits. Allow me to have all of the agents, if you are dealing with life insurance, with living benefits, any kind of life insurance, please stand up. Anybody in this conference? DJ Brian, welcome, Kona Ju. You have seen all of them. This is what we need in our community. Talk to them. You will benefit. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, they Bas, kagile hii konyo. Kaso. Agile kaingalale ko makadibigap kutit kaingalale ngale chagile magemite, ero. Kena yemwa genne kagile isi. Kile Biblia asnyeni a smart Osisio. Dato mata ngaleksnyen. A smart man leaves wealthy for who? For his children and his grandchildren and his great children. Gula me tuki wele lagini pangani ngeni lai ore tuli tewingi mandai itu mo anya mandai. So financial planning is what they're asking. So talk to these people. In case anything happens, your kids are taken care of. I think that is soft landing. Sindio. Mo na tayo? Mo na tayo? Aray Gotabgaa. Una conference August yan. Una temperature. Ngwani yulanin. Ay yulanin. Jagin yan. Guto si. Aning Gotabgaa aning yulanin. Pika uparongete ematune kakitrubuane itole itu. Ngalala nagimaje kaya ngalalin yun. At piki ngalal which kulitatin bidata litatin. Arai. Kaya ikaw sinigagenge. One thing nagimaje kaya kuge boishe kesu program sige ta one time again than on time. Hero. So I think we only have 2 more people and then we finish. So if you can bear with us, I will rush to bring those 2 people, let them talk so that we can be able to get out of here so that you get an opportunity to have dinner and sightsee Houston. Amarakta sister. So for now, I want to introduce we've talked about life insurance, but now we need to talk about something close to investment, and that is real estate. Okay? So allow me to introduce one of our own, a member of this community, Madam Elsa Karibu Sana, so that at least you can talk to us about now investment and how to make money and and how to have homes. Asante.
Thank you very much. Okay, habari ya jioni. Mnafurahia Houston? Haikuangi joto hivi. Ni wiki tu peke yake. Kabisa ninyi wote mmeleta joto from everywhere. Sasa mtatusamea. Mimi naitwa Elsa Kiprotich. Nyumbani ni Eldoret, Chepkoria huko. Watu wa Chepkoria, Kaptagat. Tusalimiane after this. I've been a real estate agent here in Houston, Texas for over 6 years now. I do both residential and commercial. So I'm going to talk briefly about real estate. I have a very good number of you people follow me online, on Facebook and all this social media, so you know where we can connect, but also I'll give you my contact information. People always say you don't want to buy real estate because it is not an investment. That is not true. So I'll tell you briefly the benefits for owning a home. So first of all, when you're owning a home, you escape the cycle of rising rents. So the landlord tells us every now and then, your rent, when you renew the following year, it goes up. There's nothing you can say about that. But if you own a home, you have a constant mortgage for the entire time, only if you don't refinance. As you can see on the right side, the median asking rent since 1988. You see how low it was, but it just keeps rising. Average household net worth is the other benefit of home ownership. As you own a home, it grows in appreciation. I have worked with clients within that time frame. I've had people who bought a house with me and they've sold with me. There's some people who have owned a house for only 1 year. When they go to sell it, they have $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. I have seen it. But a good number of people are scared to own homes, which should not be the case. We need to open up our thinking. We need to open up our minds, because people in this country, they're very smart and they know how to use this stuff to grow their wealth, not for only themselves, but also for their families and their kids. Right now, real estate is very crazy. I know you guys have heard about it. Interest rate is in the 7s. Home prices are up at the same time. There's a big scare that the market is going to crash. There is no crash coming. What's happening right now is that the government had to set up interest rate to be higher so it can bring back the healthy competition. Just before COVID happened, the market was balanced. But when COVID happened, they lowered the interest rate to low 2s. It used to be between 4 and 5s. So they lowered to 2s so people can be confident to continue purchasing real estate. Housing market in the US is one of the major factors in the economy. So the government cannot let real estate not happen. So what they did is they reduced the interest rate to 2%. So people can get the confidence to continue buying real estate. So when they reduced to 2%, people who used not to qualify now can qualify. People who are in lockdown, they were saving their money, they were not traveling, they were not going anywhere, they saved the money. So imagine you have an interest rate of 2%, you have money, and the government also gave people cash. So there was so much cash going around. Everybody jumped on the market, they buy houses. When that happened, the demand is here, and the supply for houses is here. So it created a very unhealthy competition. So the government now has to do what they have to do. So there was a huge appreciation of houses, up to 18%. Normally a house appreciates about 3%, maximum between 3 to 5% a year. But imagine during COVID, it was up to 18%. So that was very unhealthy. Good news is that everything is going back to the normal. We're just hoping that the interest rate will go lower sooner, because we were expecting it to go lower in the summer, but it has not been where we need it to be yet. So do not be scared buying homes. We always say, you marry a house, you date the interest rate, and you divorce rent. So when you date the interest rate, whenever it comes down, you can always refinance. Oh, kumbe iliwapita? Ama ninaongea haraka? Nirudie tena. You marry the house, you date the interest rate, and you divorce rent. So quit building rent and stashing money for the landlord. Do it for yourself. And you can always start small. You don't have to live in a big mansionette. You can buy a house that's 3-bedroom, 2-bath, sold at 200,000, 250. You start somewhere. That's starting somewhere. It's going to take you very far. Over here talks about home ownership over time. So you see a number right there that says 290.2. In the last 30 years, that's how much houses has appreciated. So in the past, it was very low rates of appreciation, but over 30 years by 290%. So if you are that person who bought the house 30 years ago, right now you'll be plus 290% from the purchase price that you purchased. It does not matter if it's 30 years, it does not matter if you own a house for 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years. Just get something, okay? And then also in line about people saying there's foreclosures coming, the market is crashing. These numbers here is from Keeping Current Matters. It's a very big data company that follows a lot about real estate. So 38.7 people own their homes free and clear. They don't have mortgages, it's paid off. 29.4%, they have more than 50% equity in their homes. These are people who have cash sitting at the banks. They can always go there and say, hey, I want some money. They can always go there and say, I don't have money to pay the next 3-6 months. Take the money out from there, from my equity. And then 31.9% of all the homeowners, they are not more than 50%. So when we look at these numbers, it just tells you how much confident the US market is. So if you're still sitting there on the edge and convincing yourself that you're waiting for the market to crash so you can buy a house, I'm scared you're gonna get old before you buy a house. In summary, I want to talk about making sure that you have a will and trust in place. How many of us here have a will? We have 3 representatives. So you know what happens when, if something happens to you, let's say you die, and you have a house that's not paid off, that does not transfer to your kids automatically. They have to go through a very long process, and it's very expensive through probate. So if you are sitting here, how many people own homes here in the US? Don't be shy. How many people own homes? So what you all need to do is you need to make sure that you have a will in place and have those properties in trust for under your kid's name or under guardians. Because if something happens, they are going to go through hell for them to be able to get those properties transferred to their, he's shaking his head, right? So please make sure you find out about getting a will and trust in place. Also, get mortgage protection. Kemboy was here, we partnered together. What mortgage protection does is it pays off your house in case you die. So if you're leaving your kids behind, the house is paid off 100%. Isn't that good investment that you're leaving for them? We live here, our kids here, they are here, they go to colleges here. So why won't we focus on making sure that they have a solid investment? Our kids were born here, we have 2 kids. You can imagine in case anything happens to you, do you expect them to move and go live in Kenya? That's almost impossible, right? It could be possible, but for the majority, it's almost impossible. So let's build this solid asset management and make sure that we do the right thing. Also, the last thing, do not be scared to buy a second home. How many of you think that you need 20% to be able to purchase a house? Put your hand up. Do you need a 20% down payment? Nobody? Okay. If you own your primary home, you do not need a 20% to buy the second house. I know it could be news to a good number of you people. What happens is you can put that house for rent that you have. Before you close on the second house, you just show that you have a lease. Somebody is going to lease that place. The rent payment to that house will cancel the mortgage. That frees you up, and you are able to qualify for the next house. You don't have to put 20% down. Minimum can be 3%, minimum can be 5%. It just depends with your profile. A very good friend of mine is sitting amongst each one of you here right now, and he really motivates me pushes me about acquiring property and just educating people in general about how to go about it. So let's not be scared, let's build our wealth. If you are in business, me and Kemboy, we are working on a thing that we're trying to put together a network for our own people. So if you are any business owner, just reach out to me or Kemboy, because we're trying to build a solid networking event for our people. We've seen other communities, they do great things together, and we are sitting here, we are like, why don't we do one of our own? So if you know anybody who is a business owner, let's do that. Finally, there is a program called NACA. NACA program is by Bank of America. They do give loans to marginalized people, marginalized areas. You have to go through a very vigorous classes for you to understand how the whole program works. But the most important thing about it is that you get very low interest rate through the NACA program. I won't lie to you, the process is almost hell, but I've helped some of my clients go through it together. They do the classes, you qualify, they charge very low interest rate. When I say very low interest rate, very low interest rate. Clients have helped, they've had an interest rate of 1 point something. That was in the middle of COVID. Right now, I've not had a work with a client so I can know what the interest rate is. But when I say they have very low interest rate, they don't also pay the insurance, the extra insurance. So it definitely saves you money. So try to explore what you can do to save money, what you can do to be able to qualify to buy a house. If you have your scanner, you can scan. That's my contact information there. I also have my website right there. www.theHTRG.com. My company here in Houston is called the H-Town Royal Group. So I hope to connect with each one of you. If you have any questions, just text your name, start with Gotabgaa, so I know you are here. And then we'll just schedule full conversations. I can sell houses to people in different states. We have different programs how we can do it. So I hope you guys have a wonderful time, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. That was, sasa tumekuwa matajiri sasa. We're going to buy second and third and fourth houses. We are going to be billionaires. Sindio? That's the good thing of coming to a place like here. So before we, I don't know, have you seen Reverend Emily anywhere? Is Reverend Emily in the house? Okay. So if any have a question, please reach out to Elsa. You know, she's very knowledgeable, right? So I know from today, though, we're going to have so many divorcees, right? Because we're going to divorce the rent, right? All of us are going to go to the dating wall. I'm not going to go into the dating apps now. We mean in terms of we're going to date mortgage, right? What was that? Okay. And then, when it goes to the marriage side is, you know, we're going to have homes and houses. Sindio? So, DJ Brio, can we put a song for commercial in the meantime as we get our next guest getting ready? Wametoka nje kidogo? Sawa, sawa. So with that said, just give me a minute, let me make sure that she's here. Okay, I think the person is already on their way. They are coming, okay? So, how many people are mathematicians here? How many people like math? Huh? Okay. So, I guess I had this story. So like somebody, 3 people contributed $10 a piece. How much is that? Huh? 10 times 3 is what? 30, right? And then they decided to go and buy a pizza. The pizza was $25. What's the balance? $5. So if it's 3 people, 1, 2, 3 people, right? Everybody gave $10. If I come back and give you $1, how much money did you give? What is 10 minus 1? 9. So remember, so when they came back, they told the person that went to buy pizza, they were going to give that person a tip of $2, which is here, right? So we had $30 contributed, had a change of $5. They told this person, get a tip of $2, and then they took it $1 back to each other, right? So if you say, if this person contributed 9, you say 9 times 3 is what? Plus the $2 is what? Where's the dollar? What happened to the dollar? Huh? So was it in taxes? What happened to the dollar? I didn't have the money. No. No, I didn't say talk about taxes. I'm talking about math. Yeah. America. Okay. So with that said, anyway, so that you do the homework, and then tomorrow we're going to find the answer to it, right? So, so that we are on time, I think our next guest is ready. This person came all the way. So you guys are here today and you're complaining that Houston is hot, okay? This person came from a place where if you park your car outside, your car melts, okay? It's too hot there that even being outside for 1 minute makes you want to come back, right? So our next speaker is our own. She's also a member of our board. She's also one of our part of the spiritual team. She's going to talk to us today about health investment, right? So allow me to introduce none other than Reverend Emily, all the way from Phoenix, Arizona. Karibu, Reverend. She's coming. Can we have some music so she can get here if you're able to get it on? Are you able to get it on in the meantime?
Good evening, Houston. I'm so excited to be here this evening. Like our first president said, my name is Reverend Emily Lagat, and I'm from Arizona. If you want to cook eggs without using any electricity, move to Arizona. If you want to take shower without using a towel, move to Arizona. I don't know how many of you here, you like to watch action movies. How many people like to watch action movies? Have you ever watched an action movie until you feel like you are inside the action movie? Has that ever happened to you? You feel like you know the exact move, right? Especially for those of you that watch Sword. I don't know if you have ever watched Sword, but I love Sword. I love all that because the way he goes and rescue everybody so quick. So today I want to share with you about business. I'm a business consultant, and I love it. I've been doing it for some time now, and I enjoy doing it. Hopefully today, whatever I'm going to share is going to put something in your mind, is going to change your life the way my life has been changed. I know so many of you know my story, you know where I come from, but I'm not here today for that. I'm going to speak as a business consultant today and not as reverend. Are you guys ready? Inakaa mmechoka kidogo. All right. So like Vincent said, I do business consultation. I help people to open businesses. I also help people to open clinics, outpatient treatment center, TikToks, and all that you can imagine. That includes assisted living, includes DDD. For those of us that will work in healthcare, that is what I do. For those of you that you're familiar with Arizona State, you might know exactly what I'm going to talk about. But what I'm going to share it applies to every state. So it doesn't matter which state you're coming from, this one applies to every single state. Number one, if you want to open or if you're interested to do your own business, especially in healthcare, because when you do healthcare, you can never go wrong. Healthcare is not going to go anywhere. That's why most of us, almost 99%, we are nurses and doctors. But today I want to challenge you. You know, working for somebody feels good. Punching in and punching out feels good. But can you imagine owning a group home? You know, I never knew how it feels until I own one. I never knew how it feels to run a clinic until I own one. It feels good. You know, when you're telling your employees, tomorrow we're going to have a staff meeting. You know, before they used to tell me, tomorrow we're going to have a staff meeting. How many people want to change their life? I know it might sound so hard, it might sound impossible. You don't have to think about impossibility until you cross the bridge. All you need is to be willing. Number one, you need to look for a consultant. You look for somebody that is going to help you with your business. Somebody that is going to walk you through. State to state varies according to their policies and procedure, and some states they are difficult than others. Some they are very easy. For example, Arizona, it is so easy to open a group home. It is so easy to own an outpatient treatment center. Anything that you want to do in Arizona with healthcare, it is so easy. San Diego is the same, is another thing. If you are living in San Diego, you want to do a business in healthcare, very easy. I used to be in Minnesota. Before, it used to be easy, but right now there is some regulation that they have implied, and it's a little bit difficult. So number one, you need to look for somebody that is going to help you or is going to guide you, and that is a business consultant. Number two, you need to come up with the name of your LLC. What do you want to call your LLC? That is going to be number two. Number three, you need to come up with a target. What is your target? You know, you cannot just wake up and say, I want to open a group home. There is so many, many different types of group homes. We have almost like 5 or 6, and if you know some, you can add on the number. Number one, we have assisted living, which is very common, and so many of us, we have worked in assisted living. There is an assisted living home, meaning you can have only the clients that are not above 11 clients. We have TDD, which is very common in every state, where we help the kids that are struggling or disabled kids. We have behavioral. Behavioral, it was never used to be very common, but right now it is so common because of drugs, and especially after pandemic, behavioral facilities are just booming. Also, there is transitional home, there is a sober home. With a sober home, it varies from state to state. And what do I mean by that? For example, in Arizona, if you live in the state of Arizona, you can own assisted living, but the state or the insurance doesn't pay you directly. You have to have a clinic. So you have to go back home. If you're interested to do this, you have to do some research. They always say that knowledge is power. So if you want to do any business in healthcare, you have to go back and do your own research and see what suits me. Once you appoint or once you come up with the group or the target of the people that you want to work with, then you move from there going forward. Why? Because the license for each and every group is different. The policies and the procedures are different, the employment and all those other things are different. Let's now go to the next point that I want to share. I know maybe you're looking at me and you say, okay, if I want to do this, where do I get the money? Right? Because you can never own a business if you don't know where to get the money. There are so many ways that you can do. Number one, you can buy a loan if you have good credit. You can loan a friend, or you can do like what I did. You work overtime, cut your budget, save. Start small. You know, sometimes we want to start so big. So you can start small. In the beginning, it's going to be tough because you have to pay house, you have to pay your staff, you have to feed the client. And with the different states, sometimes the insurance might not pay you right away. So you have to budget at least for 3 months before you plan on doing group business in healthcare. Anybody with question so far? Any question? How many people are thinking right now, after this conference, you want to do a business in healthcare? And it sounds hard, right? But you can do it. Trust me. You can do it. If your boss did it, you can do it. Sometimes you just have to get out of the comfort zone. You know, one thing that I always tell me, that nobody can stop Emily unless Emily stops Emily. You need to know how to talk to yourself. It is okay to be scared, but it is good to try. I've tried so many times, I've failed, but I never give up. So I want to encourage somebody today, if you really want to be financially stable, try getting into business, especially in healthcare, because it's not going to go anywhere. I'm trying to go fast here because of time. Is there anybody with any question? Yes, sir.
Hello. Bas, thank you so much, Emily Lakat. Ang ganang lagay ng alala Ingresa missing. Ako may bichi ako mangya ako in katag puruji. So ang ganang may bichi mi medical field, who nurses, nurse practitioners, ak pig maraj CNS ak bichi mi field na ba health. Ne advantage ne tindaw bijotak gumejogotay group homes. To sekarang kan yang datang mara ami department agak, gotami department by IT, aku miji tanah nas, anak gua jita tanah CNA, inggoron ne raisi, gotoi business inat.
Thank you so much. I'm not very familiar with IT. I am specialized with healthcare, so if you take me to the IT, umenipotesha kabisa. But healthcare is the most easiest thing that you can ever do. Number one, because it's something that it will never go out of business. You can never miss the client. Like you can't run out of business. Did I answer your question?
No, kau cari mi bicara when you work kwa department ya medical field.
Yes.
Na kuna people in other fields. What is the advantage for those who are in the medical field compared to those people who are in other fields to start a business like that?
Yeah, again, I'm going to go back to what I just said. For those that are in healthcare, healthcare is not going to go anywhere. So if you are in healthcare, it means that your business is going to be there for a long time. But there is challenges. For example, you can get to, let's say, problem with the state. Like for example, right now in the state of Arizona, we have a lot of things going on with the state of Arizona in health department because of the insurance and because of what has been happening with the insurance. And most of our clinic were stopped But that being said, it doesn't mean that we are cancelled or we are not going to go back to the business. No. It means that we have to comply with the state, or the state has to do what it needs to do for people to get back to the business. So when you think about healthcare, it is not going to go anywhere, and it is actually cheaper to start business in healthcare than any other business, with my experience. Because I wanted to do trucking business, I've tried several things, but when I looked at the healthcare, the budget, and the things that are required for you to do healthcare is actually cheaper. Oh, now I get your point. So thank you so much. You put it in a very easy way. All right, we are back. All right, with the healthcare business, thank you, sir. So with the healthcare business, it depends. Like for the state of Arizona, anybody can open a healthcare business. You can open a clinic. I am not a nurse. I'm a human resource, and also I am a human services. I am not any nurse. I don't I don't have LPN, RN, NP, all of that. But I own a clinic, I own a group home. So it goes by the state, the requirements. For example, some states will need you to have an NP license to open a clinic, or an NP license to open a group home. So you have to go back home and do a research according what your state requires you to do. But in state of Arizona right now, you don't need anything, you just need an NP, you need an RN, you need a social worker or somebody who is working in human services.
So if I'm...
All right.
Emily, I have a question. So I'm from Kansas. So does that mean I need to move to Arizona?
No.
So how do I do it?
No, you don't need to move to Arizona to do a healthcare business. You need to go back to Kansas City, or if you want me to help you, I can work with you. I will check what a Kansas City requires. But first of all, before I help you, I need to know what you want to do. For example, are you looking on doing a group home? What type of group home? Once I know the type of group home, I will now know the type of license that you require. Then I will go back to the city, and I will also go back to the state and see what the city needs and what the state requires for you to obtain a group home or license in state of Kansas City. So let me take us back. With healthcare, if you want to do healthcare, there is two things that you need to know. First of all, you cannot obtain a license if the city does not permit you to use that building for that business. So there is some stages. So whatever state you are, if you feel like this is something that I want to get into, let me know. You can contact me, and then I'm going to walk you through, and we can work together and become a business owner.
Okay, Reverend Emily, good evening.
Good evening.
I have a question for you. My name is Selena. And how much money do you require to start a group home in the state of Arizona? And if you're doing adult foster care, do you still require money? And can you do it in a rental home?
Thank you so much for that question. All right, so I will go back to state of Arizona, and then I'll generalize the answer to all of us. So number one, with the state of Arizona, if you want to do foster care is different from all the group homes. Because with the foster care, you can rent a house and go for training for 6 months, and you can use your house to foster kids, or it depends with the age that you want to work with. Adult is the same thing. So you have to go for training for 6 months, and then the state will give you, excuse me, it will give you a license, and then you start having somebody, you can start doing fostering in your house. For other businesses like DDD, assisted living, that one you have to do it outside your home. So to your question about the budget, at least you need $30,000 to 45. These include licensing, rental, and also the staff for at least for 2 months before the insurance started paying you.
Kwa majina naitwa Kipiago Ngeno. Swali ni, for most of us, I know some businesses you can start when you're outside the country. Anang gut metinye kartasisiek kwany anini bo medical go tos imugak ko matinye kartasisiek anam agane anan oi.
All right, that is a very powerful question. All right, najaribu sana kujibu kwa Kiswahili because naona tuko live. So, yes, ukikuwa outside the country, unaweza kufungua business. But, itabidi play some games. All right, you know, I'm standing here as a registered consultant, so lazima I have to be very careful on what I'm saying. But, unaweza tafuta mtu mwenye ako kwa the state ambayo uko interested kufungua hiyo clinic or whatever you want to do and partner na huyo mtu alafu tumie makaratasi ya huyo mtu so you can be just a silent partner. Does that make sense? You know, anybody can do this business, trust me. You just need to have, you have to just be, just to be willing to do it. Any question? Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Emily, I want to thank you, first of all, for the presentation that you're doing. And this is something that I think I wish most of the Kenyans were here and most of the community members were present. Opportunities come once in a while, and if we don't actually use it, it comes and goes. Now, the story of Arizona, a lot of people have flooded to Arizona in the last few months.
Correct.
And the state is now cracking in a lot on most of the businesses in Arizona as we speak.
Yes.
And some people are closing, some people are moving out, but we are still encouraging, and like you mentioned, that you're still encouraging people to move to Arizona, or you can still do business away from Arizona.
Yes.
Now, a question came up from there, and she did ask, all of us wants to do business, but really, how much money does one need? A shosho or a lady who is doing business and she wants to, because somebody can wake up tomorrow and say, I'm going to Arizona to start a business. Are you or your company able to start somebody from A to Z until you start earning money? You guide somebody, and what are your fees when it comes to now consulting? When it comes to saying, okay, I will help you, but at what cost are you going to be able to do that? Two, what are you telling people now based on of what's happening in Arizona? Is it the right time to move in? Is it the right time to slow down, to wait for the state to get everything together? Or which other places in the United States is doing very well? Because the first people usually go in end up doing and making a lot of money, but those people who come later, they end up just, you know, a lot of restrictions, a lot of waiting and stuff like that. And then two, I think it would be wise also to share this information either later when everybody is here, maybe on Saturday evening, you can be given a few minutes so that you can encourage our people. There is nothing that is better than doing business. There is nothing. I mean, you could be employed making 100,000, but 100,000 that you are making is way less than what you would make if you had your own business. So, and then think, one of the questions that was asked also, do you need to be a nurse? Do you need to be a doctor to own? But you've already said, no, you don't have to be a nurse. You don't have to. So if that is the case, then most of these people here, should be able to go and open a business. People perish because of lack of knowledge. So I really hope that you'll be able to share light in some of those few things. And then some of us who are in Kenya, in Arizona.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for those questions. Okay, I'll go back to your first question. First of all, I think I did not introduce my company name, and I hope that tomorrow I'll get at least 5 minutes, and I will we'll put everything up. So my company name is Lagarde Healthcare Agency. I have a website. You can go Google and you find me there. So what I do, I help people to start from zero to finish. When I say zero to finish, meaning I work with the city for you. Once you get the address, once you get the name of your business, I will register it for you. I will register, I'll get your LLC, because I have to go to the system and make sure that that name is available. So that is what I do. Number two, after registering your business, I will get you the EIN number, the tax ID. I will also secure your name to make sure that nobody else will come and use your name. For me to do that, or for me to just meet with you and walk you through, I charge $250. That is my consultation fee for the first time when we meet and talk about your business and the name and all that, creating your LLC. If you want the licensing, it depends. For example, if it is a group home, it depends what kind of group home. If it is a sober living, that is $5,500. Dollars. If it is a PHRF is a behavioral home. It has a lot of things, a lot of policy and procedure. You need all the paperwork. When I mean the paperwork, I mean I give you the policy and procedure, I give you the employee book, I set up your company. You can just stay home and sleep and go for vacation. When you come back home, your company is all set. So I'll get you the license, I'll come hang your license up, everything that you need by the city, I'll make sure that you have it. So that is for PHRF home. For outpatient treatment center, that is now what is actually booming right now almost everywhere. This one is a lot. So I charge from $12,000 to $15,000. I can tell that the silence, the quietness.
I guess, guys, because of time, like, I know our topic is very interesting, right? And everybody has questions, and we are getting motivated to think about how we're going to make money, right? So, you still have more present? Okay, one more question. Okay, I see. No, I'm done. No, you already answered your question. You already asked a question already, right? No, I'm going to go here. And that will be the last question. We'll try to see. If we have time, we'll squeeze her back in another time, but not now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Houston. The question I have, you've talked about all this. What you didn't touch on is how do we break through to getting that Medicare, Medicaid license when we are owning this home? So you're talking about Arizona, I come from Maryland, and I know the challenge has been how do we break through to get this Medicare, Medicaid license in order to be able to deal with the DDA, we call it DDA clients. Do you also help people? And what's the fee for that? Because that has been the challenge.
Thank you so much for that question. And then I think your question is very important because you cannot do healthcare business without an insurance. So you have to put that one behind your mind. Yes, I do help people. I don't do credentialing directly, but I have connection. I work with different people, different companies that do credentialing, whereby they will credential you with the type of insurance that you want. That one being said, every state is different. How they process the insurance is different. All right, I want to go back to his question, and I'm going to close, and I can get a minute to speak if there's no more other question. With the state of Arizona right now, yes, we have a lot of, actually they call it crackdown, meaning the state came out and stopped everybody from the bidding. So what does this mean? Our companies did not, our licensed company was not actually cancelled or suspended, but the insurance company was suspended all the clinic's account. It's called access, meaning I am still seeing the client in my clinic, but I cannot bill the insurance until the investigation is done. Does that make sense?
So this one happens to every state. It's something that insurance does once in a while, especially if they want to implement new rules. So I hope I answered all the questions. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
Gotabgaa, Ojange, no me chicho wago ngwenga mukila stadi ezo chini yemi. She has gone from where she was to now telling us to invest in business. We took time as Gotabgaa to pray. I want to, I know that everybody has so much questions. It's so much information that you need to know. I will allow her to come tomorrow. I was trying to load her slides. I am so sorry, it couldn't load up. That's why she was just using her phone to do a presentation. So bear with her. We're gonna have more from Emily and more from everybody else who is still yet to come. So our day has been full of fun, full of information. We will meet here again tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I want to say, please, when you go out there, don't drink and drive. You are in Montgomery County. You are in Spring, Texas. You are not in Houston. They don't play. You are in Montgomery County. You are in Spring, Texas. You are not in Houston. Houston is a little bit farther from here. So you are in a very unique county. If you drink, get an Uber. If you cannot get an Uber, crawl. If you cannot crawl, call Hecalista's School. If Hecalistas cannot pick up, but the president might be on mute. Call VP. Reason I'm saying is, I want us to finish together. I want us to finish strong. I want Gotabgaa to remain one. I want all of us to get Goteron. I'm not saying you Gucci, make Change, Kepigi, Kamenge, Mosto, Kewanga Telige, Pastor Chemagan stories, you know. We have a lot tomorrow. And above all, we have an AGM here. Our kids will have a STEM robotics class tomorrow at 10 a.m. When you come in, the class that is to my left when you come to the door, there's 6 classrooms. Please have your kids to either check in there. There's 6 classrooms, indoor play area that they will play in there. Any kid that is of any age, maybe 4 to up, they will go to their class, which is robotics and STEM. And then any other kid which is 14 years and up, and anybody who wants to learn about coding, who wants to learn about data analytics, we have volunteers for you. You will go there. We will have GKA, Gotabgaa, Kalenjin Americans, who are picking a coffee for sababu they're doing an awesome job. The vision of this house is to pass to our next generation, the Gen Z, the millennials, those ones that can come and train and say, I am a Kalenjin here in America doing what is necessary. Not us. But ka wole chedio sa gei ki ne tita ya no lawo ABCD and Kalenjin manenge. Ja kitu my program has come to an end, but we are blessed to have our guests from out of the country. From our motherland, our welcome, our beloved, I don't want to say Honorable Kirwa, but let me say our President Gotabgaa, our former President, Honorable MP Moso Abraham Kirwa.
She's a politician, the president. Thank you so much, Janet. We are very, very grateful for this opportunity to be here today. Gotabgaa, Jamge? Jamge? How are you? Kuya mobi spigani kidogo, gomoloni kidogo, kuya Mulikula? How are you? Mko namna gani? Wonderful. Yangu itakuwa machache leo. Allow me first of all to thank you. Gotabgaa made me who I am. I am so grateful for this organization. I'm today to be here. We are grateful that we got a chance to come from Kenya. Most of you are friends that we were together at Gotabgaa in the last several years. I remember when I was the chairman of Gotabgaa, most of you were still there. Kinajiruyot, I can see there. Kalum, I can see there. And many, many of us. I want to thank you for the prayers that you gave us, even when we decided that we are going to go to Kenya to run for office. Many people didn't believe it was going to happen. I remember when I shared with a friend of mine that I am going to run for office, and I called them for a meeting, and I told them, why don't you come to my house? We sit down and we discuss what Kumu says, so finally, I said maybe 200-300 shillings, 500, but I went home because of the vision that I had. So I you guys who do you was away. You know, the same friends are lazy. So they came and lady who know I'm a baby Nagasat King, the Kigagua, they don't get no wagon and they would say, I want to Kogia, put a much more, give more as a quick. I don't get any much more, but I want to know. How many of my let your own you know for sure, or to do and I thank you for starting with me. Your Kimogani Gapsageli within in vacation, as he went on the Chip Pundo. Like I want to thank you, who believed in me, who truly prayed for me, who supported me, who made phone calls back home. I truly want to say thank you. So, I walk His Excellency, so for friends who may not understand Franco, allow me to just say greetings from home. We are very, very grateful for this opportunity to be here today. It's only God who could have made it possible. And so when we heard about this, last year we were supposed to have been here. But because we were in the middle of a very, very serious campaign, we could not come. But this time around we said we have to come. Although we had a bill that we had to pass the last 2 days. So after we passed the bill, we had to come here. So we came after we passed the budget bill. So serikali iko imara, Kenya iko sawa, His Excellency is doing well, and I want to encourage you to make sure ukuje nyumbani asibabini. But before I say much, I want to invite my friends who came here with us so that they can come and sit here with us. Allow me to invite David Ruto, who is also a brother to His Excellency the President. Karibu sana on board David as he comes up here. But also, Ogiroboki Governor, Nimigo Wati, Ingetu Tabrani, inended Governor Nebo Bomome. Governor Nebo Bomome, Uroboki Moja, Lili, Tatu, Karibu Governor. Karibu sana, so that they can say hello to us. But before we do that, we also came with our wives. Besides a successful man is what? Successful wife. So, my wife to say hello. At job, just the secretary in the Gotabgaa for a very long time. We used to call her Iron Lady. Get treasurer, oh, you know secretary, get treasurer, you know where you condo Gotabgaa for a very long time. She built this organization. So today she's here, she will come and say something, or just but allow me to invite my wife to come and say hello, and then I'll give Carol to say hello. Karibu sana, fresh. I remember when I decided to come to go home and run for office, I went to my wife and I told her, I'm thinking of going to Kenya to run for office. Huh? She told me, are you sure this is what you really want to do? Are you sure this is what you want to do? I told her, yes, I want to do it. So she told me, if this is what you believe and this is what you want to do, you have my blessings. Let me tell you, she has been a big blessing to me in so many ways. She has supported me. She came to the campaign trail. We were going around together. She was able to convince women to vote. She was able to cook a lot of tea. She was able to host a lot of people in the house. It is not easy to cook for so many people in the village. But my wife was very, very grateful and she was able to help me. So allow me to give her a moment to say hello and then we'll go from there. Karibu sana.
Praise the Lord, Gotabgaa, Houston. Hey! Like sure. We're going to try this again. Praise the Lord, Gotabgaa, Houston. Now that is so much better. Thank you so much for organizing this. Madam President, I think she stepped out. Thank you so much for organizing this. I have been a part of Gotabgaa for the longest time. We used to take road trips with my kids when they were there. We've been to Baltimore, Maryland, tumefanya nyama choma. Over there, I'm still working on my Franco language, kiasi, but it is coming along. But he's correct. I have known Kirwa doing service here for Gotabgaa for 15 years, for the longest time. So even as we all thank God for the blessings that God has bestowed on us via his seat in Moso, we also have to thank the people of Gotabgaa, the children, the students, the mothers, the fathers, the gogos, who supported Kiro and made him the person that he is today. So thank you so much for your encouragement. I have to repeat again, for the cause home, for the people who prayed with him and encouraged him through a very, very tough campaign. And they are working hard. Anafanya kazi, mlemtuma kazi, he's giving Diaspora a good name. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What about you? You know, every time we used to go to campaign, I had to introduce that she's my wife, but not my daughter. Because people used to think that Pressure is actually my daughter, but not my wife. But you see, we've been with my wife for over 20 years. You know, she might look young, but we have kids in college. We've come quite a bit. We've come for some time. So I had to introduce at least and let people know that she is my wife, but not my daughter. And then they will tell me now, you must be the one eating all the food and she's not eating. So I had to explain that she cooks the food and we eat the same food together, but she has a better body than me. So she has been truly a blessing to me in many, many ways. I always say that success of any family is combination of the husband and the wife. But I usually say 90% of your success is because your wife is supportive. And I want to tell you it's very true. Your success will depend on the wife you are going to choose. If your wife is not supportive, kama mke wako is not supportive of what you're doing, don't even try. Because she will discourage you. She is the person who knows all your weaknesses and she knows all your strengths. So I always say, choose and make sure you choose. If you have to be patient, but choose the right wife. She will take you to the clouds. She will make you succeed beyond expectations. And always, You know, for my wife to stay young like she is, I've invested a lot in her. I have invested a lot. So if you think yours may not be to the best, take time and invest in her, so that she'll always look good, so that she'll always be supportive. I know here in the diaspora, we run so many shifts, we work so much, and sometimes we don't have enough time with our families. But I want to encourage you because I know what you go through. We came here to make money. We came here to make money. But don't let money be the only thing that at the end of the day, you'll be chasing after money and you'll have lost your family. It's very easy. It's very easy to lose yourself and then you end up with money and your family is gone. Try to balance. When I went back home, it was like now relocating again, learning the culture and a few things. But let me tell you, home is the best. Nobody can force me to come back here again. Kenya is the best place. And whatever you do, invest back home. Because you will need to sell in Kenya at some point. You will have to sell in Kenya. Most of you will end up coming home. Lakini matoko ale akutumwa injoke. Ngoso mongo bingine taki. Start investing. Hata kama ni kununua shamba tu kidogo, point moja, nunua point mbili, point tatu. Let me tell you, you will thank me later. The properties at home are appreciating at an extremely high rate. Especially shamba, because there's no more land to make. So whatever is available, it will always appreciate. So don't spend all your money in McDonald's. Don't spend all your money at Starbucks. Save. Na kununua hiyo shamba kidogo. You will be glad you did. 3, follow your dreams. Don't ever shut down your dreams. If you believe at one time you want to be a politician, don't let anybody tell you it will not be possible. If you want to be a doctor, follow your dreams. The only person who can actually achieve those dreams is you. When I decided to go back home, many friends laughed at me and they said it's not possible. You are wasting your money, you are wasting your resources. You are stable here, you have a family, you have a business, you are doing well. Why are you going there? I did it because inside me, I knew this is what I wanted to do. I knew this is what I wanted to do and this is where I want to go. So, may I know who works? Do it. You will be happy after all you said and done. Home is home. I will go to the don't wake up tomorrow and come home. Come home when you have set yourself. What are you going to do? So I didn't come home, but come home when you are ready. As much as we are saying that we are going home, let me tell you, Kenya is but it's a good place when you have money. When you don't have money at home, my friend, America is better. When you have invested, when you have a little bit of money every day coming, you can live. We can't come in Yamachoma. You go see your friends. Hakuna stress. But when you are a politician, they believe that you are an ATM, my friend. Weekend, I go home, I spend one weekend, 200,000-300,000 in one weekend. I am telling you. So, but you need to have good source of income. You need to have a good amount of money to use. But home is home. So, but we'll get some time. Maybe tomorrow I'll share 1 or 2 things which I really feel that diaspora should know. There are some things that nobody tells you. But I really want to tell you the truth about some things I learned for the 20 years I was here. There were some things I managed to learn. And there are things now I've learned when I'm in Kenya. And I will tell you like it is, because what do I have to lose? I have to tell you the truth. So tomorrow I will share some few things. So I hope most of you will be here tomorrow. But for now, I truly want to give our friends who are here, who came with us, so that they can share one or two things. But before I give to David, I want to invite Carol. Carol, there are a few people who really contributed to my success. When I relocated back home, David and Carol had already gone back home. So I had a chance to ask them one or two things. They truly gave me the right advice. Most of you know Carol when she was here. She was a powerhouse. If she died, she wants to do something, she would go through that wall to achieve it. The same way in Kenya, when you mention her name, she is among the most powerful people in Kenya. You might think it's easy to meet Carol here. So I'm going to Carol a few minutes to say hello to us. I experienced back home. She comes to say hello to us. Karibu sana, Carol. This is your home. This has been your karibu sana.
Asante sana mheshimiwa Nemamosop. Agatatulale chamge Gotabgaa. Chamge bigam Houston. Kongoi amugo watu yon. I have come here today amu paiba yena tinye abuba Gotabgaa. Can you shake your sister? Mchogen about Sumbaya, you know very well. We were very passionate about this organization. Peter Rono is here, he's one of our founders. Peter Rono, Kongoi, Amuta Gotabgaa. Thank you very much. We appreciate you so much. Kuganyo amu abaibai atinye baibai yene o missing because it's a more of a social where we get together and get to catch up on our doings. So I know that I moved back to Kenya. Lakini give me pamoja. Kia gebe kitokea siasa. Ende bogewe. Togo bek siasa. So give me a siasa de Gotabgaa. Togo nenyaye menos. Kulange malali butik kunying Nairobi. Amu nenyaye. Ananolene. Monga ngoka sa Alex Chamwada. Agyo ni. Ngele ni maya isikole ni Muna abaiba agere nyomugi goya. Jehovah will make it. When God decides to do something, they will make a way out of. So, Mheshimiwa Nemamosop, an example for some of us. An election for office in Kenya, it is possible. Embrace it and move on. Present guy there. So at this time, we're in an election. So we are grateful and we are part of you. Even when we are in Kenya, we feel we are part of diaspora because some of us, we were here for many years. I was here for 16 years. My husband was here for 21 years. So half of our lives we've been here. So we are part of diaspora. First family. William go president my word is coming around in Kimiga, diaspora Kimiga, that I here we are home. So we feel very comfortable to be here, and we will be here, and we will continue to share what we can. One thing I want to say about Abraham, you can give me better for Gotabgaa president, and I really fought him so hard a fighter than one of this. Imam to be president. Let me say it sincerely. But you see, when he said he wants to run for Mosso, Halena what comes and do Chigi Tagawa? Because he has a tough skin. You know, you cannot run this, you cannot play those politics in Kenya if you don't have a tough skin. So I knew this guy was tested. So I agreed to support him because I knew where he had come from. Yes, we trained him. That's good, Somaya. I think that's the right word to say. So I'm so glad that he has is representing the diaspora group, even in Bunge. I'm on agenda yenu ya diaspora kiwa Bunge. So just know that always has the diaspora at heart, and we will continue to support his bills in Bunge to make sure that he passes those bills that touches the diaspora, because that's where we come from and that's where our heart is. Let me tell you an example, one thing I forgot to say, I just mentioned, one thing about him and Fresher. They came to my village, and then, so I had to redo the introduction already. And as you be in our village, I introduction. So I thought I social media. So I don't get the fresh again. And imagine you went PJ village. Come on, let's have you some memoirs. Impossible. Like keep back into the okay, sour too. Like my young so go now again. Okay, this time our leaders, let's continue to pray for the president as he continues to strive and to make Kenya a better place. I know it is difficult now, the economy is very difficult, but things will get better. We trust what the president is saying and we support it fully. So we're missing Mheshimiwa, now we got microphone. Thank you very much. And don't forget, we have the first lady, she has come back. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. What about Chikaro? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. She's really movers and shakers. Among the people in Kenya who are movers and shakers. Oh, yeah, we also have David. So, we can make our life all more than the people. Kasi gumyudin kung taas ka rin, kit mo ito kagin. Mili kini mo obyo. Kung gimito ko na ito mo, ito tikit yung ino ko niya ka rin na ito mo niyo. Lagi ni, nga ito yung, nga ito yung story, nita ka naguli na ba, ito niya yung, story ni ito kung tugit siya, mili na story din ito mo, ito kung tugit. Ako ito yung dero hindi mo ito guli. So, kung nga ito yung, wala din naman yung ibibuje ka rogi naman. So who nengen joga nengen tuh jadi dari sisi ini. So awak ni baru buje oh paling kue mami dengan mesin wanggoli. So temi udah isi kontu mungkin itu belum boleh aku lagi tu dengan ini. Mesin wanggoli aku lagi tu kan bayo apa ada wanggoli sah ibibuje wanggoli pasal wanggoli mami dengan mana. So, God has been good, God is faithful, Nakwambia Kenya is good. We are really making a lot of changes. You know, we used to make a lot of noise when we were here. We used to make a lot of noise. But you cannot make noise and make change. But now that I'm in Parliament, I am actually able to execute real changes. I'm able to bring up bills that actually changes our country. I'm able to sit down with stakeholders who are able to actually execute changes. In these years, the few years that God has given us to be in this parliament, I want to assure you, the needs of diaspora and the issues of diaspora will be addressed. Because I believe that I am a member of parliament of Mosul and also a member of parliament of the diaspora. And the fact that I understand the issues and the needs of diaspora, rest assured that your issues will be actually addressed. So, because I still have guests here who are going to say hello and say a few things, allow me to invite the First Lady. Before I give it to David, we will invite First Lady Akuje. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, because they're not able to see. Oh yeah. Because you know this thing is live, and so they want to be able to. That's how. So allow me to invite First Lady to come and say hello to us, and then now we will give David and His Excellency so that they can say hello to us. So Uraboki, as she comes, karibu sana, karibu.
Wamune, Change, Wamune Vigaka, Viga Kutit, Omigumye, Chamege Oliboga, Oiboy Tuga, Oiboy Nego, Ruboni, make it Gorurio Ande, Nam Nafas, Negara Leoni. Amwale Karabaitu or meeting Gotabgaa for the first time. Amachamwale Kaik Nafas Negararane Karane Ketu Chechan Agarabaitu ni sing awik seiga kama nimejiongeza kwa kimaarifa na kiakili. So mama chawi nafasi nao mama chedicha mwale enka no bunua no bunu keboishi api misingo kina mama na vijana boishi negiae ukikosegele tagi empowering kina mama. We are mentoring girls. And even we are not forgetting the boy child. So we need your prayers and we need your support. And may God bless you as you stay here. And remember to come back home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana First Lady wa Bomet. We are grateful for your time, that you took time to come to be part of this ceremony that is going on at Gotabgaa. Tunasema asante. So I want to give a chance to my friend. David is one of those people that is a very humble human being. Very simple, but very, very effective person. Very supportive. They were, like I said, between Carol and David, they stood with me through the whole process. The campaign was not as easy as some of you might think. But I want to tell you, my friend David stood and he became a true friend. We were able to achieve a lot together. He's among, and I can tell you for sure, this gentleman is not a joke. He lived here for a very long time before relocating back home. And it was the risk that he took. But I want to tell you, the role he plays now in Kenya is not a small role. Even for him to sacrifice time to be here because of what he does, I truly, truly want to appreciate him. Because he wanted to be here, there were many other things that he does, but he left it purposely to be at Gotabgaa so that he can encourage us. He's somebody that I don't even know how to describe. Again, he can move things, he can get things done. So this gentleman here is a man who has truly the heart for diaspora, at the same time he has the heart for our country. So allow me to invite David Ruto to say hello to us and share with us what he has. Thank you, David. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Gotabgaa mune. Amigo mie, bas gongwe. Ko gotomata samu da gotaktu ngani tapisa na jamgeto ko. Ne boy ni amcha mo gongwe mi sing ago akwe. Amoy gongwe mi sing support likiwo. It was a tough journey. But because of your support, we are in a place in Kenya that I think we are going to transform the country into a country you've never seen. So, I relocated in 2018. I had big hopes. I thought things were going to be great in Kenya. And then handshake came. So, and then it turns out that at that time, anyone that was closely associated with the then deputy president was almost considered evil. And then the worst thing is if you share the same names. So it was a tough journey, and the worst thing that I did was after dating for a while with Carol, I told her, hey, come to Kenya. It's great. So actually, before I went, I told her, let me go to Kenya. Let me go to Kenya first, get everything ready, and you come. And it will be all good. So she comes and realizes, okay, this is tough. And so we've lived great lives here, what we thought was great lives, and then we've gone to Kenya. Things are not going well. She was like, okay, so let's go. It's good, we have options, let's go back. And I said, hey, why don't we let it go? So, but then you go to a point too where I was saying, okay, maybe it was a good, let's just go. But somehow we decided to stick around. We've participated in the campaigns. We asked for your support. You know, we went all over the US and other places. You supported us, but we thank God that we now have a president that's going to transform Kenya. And I'm comfortable when I tell you, Kenya is going to change. We have issues, but those are main issues. I am someone who has a chance to interact with him. I know he has great plans for Kenya. And we have great people like Abraham in Parliament that I know will drive the country in the right direction. And, you know, when we came here, we were like, okay, at least we can go relax. We don't have to have askaris around. We can drive ourselves, but not being driven by the MP. So I was like, okay, it's a bit, that looks special still. So, but we are happy to be here. I would have to thank the officials for this great organization. I know it's an organization that has been around for a while and has helped us in bringing our communities together. So, okay, that's time. Okay, encouraging K, okay, okay. Kita na wasa wamekuchukua za watu ugoye ngani. Kita na tai, weye picture, kini gorone, otenga taxes. Stay legal. Amu, obenye taxes, you are very limited in what you can do. So whatever you do, you have to make sure that you find ways to stay legal. Amu guno bike chani, otama chakwa mwajo mdaga, wake ngome rules. Ajay nguno kityo gele lege motai lege to which flights are available we come. And we can go both ways. So got konye whatever you are doing, got komu work say, amamwa ale jeng da yanda, lakin got komu work say, you make sure to have that as a priority. Make sure that you are able to do that. The second thing that I want to challenge all of you is to be the best at what you do. I like this lady, Emily, so she's not only the best at what she does, she decided to go do healthcare and do the best of, in terms of owning group homes and a clinic, but now she's even consulting in it. And now she's telling you about your consulting fees and some people are shocked. If I tell you about my consulting fees, I think you'll collapse. But you know, when you are the best at what you do, and people see value in what you do, you can ask for top dollar. So that is what I want to challenge you. Well, it doesn't matter what you do. Whether you are a psychologist, whether you are a teacher, be the best at what you do. And the second thing, I want to just echo what Mheshimiwa said about investing in home. There are so many opportunities now in Kenya. Talk to us. We're in Kenya, we're on the ground. There are ways in which you can invest in Kenya. That's your country. So whatever you do, remember when you invest, you are making a difference in the lives of your people, your relatives, your friends, your neighbors. So make sure that in whatever investments you have, don't forget to invest in Kenya. And I can tell you, there are so many opportunities. Fortunately, there are more and more of us who decided to relocate. And we can help. I know there have been so many stories of you send money home, and then when you go, you realize, whatever you thought your building doesn't exist. But, those are things you can help. We are so glad we now have Diaspora State Department. And we fought so hard for having some kind of diaspora representation. Even though that department hasn't done much, but that is one area that, and we were discussing this with Mheshimiwa, that we need to find a way in which we can get more use of that department. We need to be able to say, how can we help Kenyans more? How can we facilitate investments for people in the diaspora? How can we make sure that Kenyans are helped more? There are still issues, there are still challenges that people face. But how can we make sure that we are using the structures that we've asked for effectively? And those are things I think we'll continue to discuss on the ground and find ways in which we can make sure that people in the diaspora are well served. But we are so happy to be here and tukirudi nyumbani tuambie nini watu wa Kenya. Yes, so tutawasalimia. We love you so much. We are so happy to be here and thank you so much.
David, thank you so much, David. This guy is a blessing. When I tell you it's a blessing, you think it's a joke. This is a man you need to know. You don't know the power the man wields. He calls his brother at his will. And his brother is the president of the country. Mambegi ni mujikwa jiji. Unguno onamjoro wanje jiji sugutore ko iga diaspora. Amujo moyo mnoima. As simple as he is able to do so many things. David, I want to thank you because of what you are contributing to our nation. The investors that he has brought to our country as we speak is a lot. He is really helping in policy, he's helping in a lot of areas. So we really want to thank God because diaspora is contributing a lot. We have the PS of immigration, Professor Bito. Professor Bitok was a diaspora. He was here in Oklahoma. He will get a chance to talk to us tomorrow through the Skype as well. He was here. Hiya, we have the PS of Foreign Affairs. That is Abraham Simoe. Simoe was also a diaspora. He was here with us. He is a PS in the government of Kenya. We also have the PS now in charge of diaspora, was in Boston. She was here with us. We have quite a number of us who are actually here and we chose to go back. And the president has chosen to actually recognize what diaspora brings to the table. As we speak now, the #1 foreign income earner for a country is the remittance from the diaspora. It has surpassed coffee, it has surpassed tea, it has surpassed everything else. So the money that you send back home is making a big difference. So diaspora has become a discussion and we are taking it very seriously. So make use of this opportunity. There will be so many opportunities. I sit in a committee in Bunge of housing. We discuss and we are building several houses, but we are going to give diaspora an opportunity to buy these homes. And when that opportunity comes, which is going to be very soon, I want to encourage all of us to buy. Those houses start from $10,000. You have a 1-bedroom house with shower, with everything complete. You go to a 2-bedroom, it is about $12,000. You go to a 3-bedroom, it is about $16,500. And you have a complete house. And you can pay slowly, so that when you come home, you have an opportunity to own that home. So you will go to a place called Bamayango, but I'll give you more details later. I want you guys to take advantage to be part and parcel. You see, a lot of these issues we are talking about, and people are saying, no, we don't need houses. Let me tell you, Kenya is about to change, and it is about to change for the good. And we are in the middle of what's happening in Kenya. And that is why we chose to come, so that we can share with the diaspora the opportunities that are coming, that you need to be part of what's happening, so that you can take advantage. Many people are going to take advantage, but we don't want you to be left behind. We want you to be part of what is about to happen in our country. We want to build wealth, so that you will have something to show when you come back home. So we'll be sharing with you some of the opportunities that are coming up, so that you can take advantage of. We see how we live at pole. And this low-income housing, you don't have to pay cash. You can put $3,000 down, $4,000, and up on a pole. Within a short time, it's paid off. You have a house which is yours. So we'll be sharing with you. There are some diaspora boards which will be coming out very soon. And those diaspora boards is specifically targeting the diaspora. And we'll be sharing with you some of those opportunities that you can take advantage of. So there are so many good things that are coming up that we want to be able to share with you, to tell you what's coming up, so that you can take advantage of. But without much time, because time is going, I want to invite His Excellency, the Governor of Bomet, so many more is going on. We want to go over together Africa. 1, 2. Karibu sana, Your Excellency. Karibu sana.
Good evening, Mheshimiwa, Madam President, and the board members of Gotabgaa, Mheshimiwa Hirwa, my friend David and family, our sponsors, Marisha, Sacco. What I am is because of Marisha. So Pongo Bising Marisha. Gotabgaa tool, Biga college, Ongiga Kebwana Sifiwe. Ochamkia missing Obai, Owas a good thing, eh? Omama running guys, orange. So, good to make a good reason and a bread and so be for more. A moon to much away jinga. So, give me a gun and then give me an American, give me tenga. So, Neta, much of the facility, a much of a way. nego yaiwech nemie echek tugul amun ndamaine koto mai muga boisioni akatuyoni boge nebo Gotabgaa. Mwae bukuit netilil kole kipongoni lakini kasuldaet kobo Jehova. So noton ketindoi weketab kongoi neo amun kakochamwech echek chekokibunu olimbo gaa Kenya ak chekokibunu states tugul chemiten en America asikobit ketuyen en Houston. So moche amwochi kongoi organizers ak mising ine amoche amwochi kongoi biik chekinam katuyoni bo gee. Ambassador Rono, Professor Rugut, ak biik alak. Lumosine wanugut. Nakiwe nangu barabach. Kwa ginabach en kipsigizi, kwa kebegit. So mapajala obegit, kwa rawotin. Ani boche nalimba kipsigizi kile onge birchine wood. Anane okwe. Lakini tugul uguti nyan uguti tapolenji. So our leadership in whatever capacity, because so much of what you will be talking about leadership. He going to see you name or because of this leadership day. So you much get more and the going. Amateur mwachi gara bongoi biki ya jamii diaspora. Machayan watamheshimiwa akchitugun nguligete dai serikali nempia abongoi abune sauti kwa bongoi campaign nekyo ai ganda moi tuga gokesa awe bara online kunurabo kiye ute no Kongomisi, angot kumi kasarta negi makindige kora toretet neo konguni. The new government kogiiting kasarta there be a lot of challenges. One, and we have to be honest with ourselves, loan checha over mature nigeni. Again, big kingi debate rabini. After I'm going to economics. So, el Rabini Kigenu, Rukoneta, Ogusuketin, daily the meat. And Kila Siling Taman Tigiumi revenue in Kenya. Posiling this up, Kube League and Lebanon Daily. So, Baga, we show the option come again. Lakini yao chekingire agegere kijurunde ya Rabini inuri Kenya nenyon sikobi protesta tiseta beme. So kimakini ge authority kimache namji own president agine korabityo. Amun American agene go ge banyo de hotel yeli banege de banjon agite si taxes bara. Iwe yalgi gele idnoni ya lenju up taxes. So there's no country name which was surviving and got committed like Subu Negativan. Now, much can a geun in that Rabbit Yogenga, he ladies about the Bobas in America, who must have a pitch. Subtos bigger money, a moon, Patore, a maid one, a moon and nice room. Not an air checking that. Keep the migi to okay, this and a pass, he said to me when you, so be for my military. Libaneta Baisuru a tutugin. So go out and give more. I will end up making a photo map. We get magic when you see today you, I will channel fast similar you. So be quiet that in Sergali, a moon panur big chan, check out Mugo Libana Suru, who not the government of someone. President Nyon, Amen Yon Baganya, Umakinge, Toretemu, Engalale. Agi Rabini Changa, Mama Shimiwa, to Lipagara, so be it again. Mauna Quebe, not an again summer. And which bigger college, a bye in the experience, never knew Rupa, Burenu, Agaras Nalale to Neta, Ugagina make the bagay in your Ugabe to a moon alale neta, Pogachameta, nebo kabwatutik. Angen ingebwa emet neitong komanyumnyum. Loe nyoronokuk chekitam ingen sait age koloe sigik koek inyegen. Ngenyorwa farab neuni ko agenge en tuguk lumeiywot neimuche kenyoru elekimuche ketienge yon kinyoluloti. Amache amwa kongoi amun en nafasi nikokinyoru. Mental health kikitindoi in I think 2 months and 1 month kokikabwa chepyosok chebo governors Bomet. In kitindoi an economic block nekikuren Lake Region Economic Block kokinyobwane ngalekab sensitization chebo cervical cancer. I remember mentioning to them in that meeting that ngandan kikimite yu komi silent kila nakakotar bikyok nekiamwachini ale yoche kengalal amatakesis kengalale ngalekab mental health. Lagok nguni cheketege en Kenya akot ak biik cheechen ikas lakwet kotindoi nebo class nebo 7 years nekaigetke. So koimini lekakuyo lakwani akot kigetke kele ne. So we have a problem and we have to speak out. Yoche keng'ololchige akot kemi en America, kemi en komosta age tugul nebo ngwony keng'ololchige ak keisu bikyok asikobit ketoretogei ak yon kitindoi shida kepchei kora. Imuche komatar lakini mwoe biik kole yan kaipchei ak ing'alal ko nusu nebo answer nemokyinige. So amache amwochi kongoi professor nebo ng'ololwech en betutab raini akoyani ale takonyoru nafas kora. Namache asom akot en radio chichok, television ko onginet bikyok. And mising amache asom professor nebo ng'ololwech Professor Sam Bore asikobit kotakonyoru nafas akotakonet biik amu kimokyinige kanetisyonoto. Ng'olyot age nemire yu nekakemwa ko makimache keutienge. America ko gaa ako kibendi kora gaa nebo Kenya. So ingi age tugul ibwat gaa. Ongetip kou chepyosana nekingewai kasarta age tugul kokikakituchi chepto lekuren Kutete. Angen ale aingeyai campaign ingende kokikakilyonobo Kutete. Kokingewach akot nombo Saloito amu mi wakat cheterter komang'u otubet nekolo awen olimbo Kutete amu mi chepto. So inimi en America ongibwat yawen ano ka maunoni en investment age tugul ongeyai ako kakeng'ololwech komie. Angen ale miten wasiwasi sait age nan kiyoku tuguk iywechini kele mara komait kaa komie. Kimache kora keinvesten en oret nebo ng'omnotet. Kenai kele ng'o nekakinam keun, ng'o nekanamwech eun, mi marishek ireyun chekakong'ololwech, mi consultant. Ako mache abaibait en consultant neu Emily. Is it Emily? Yes. Kakas tong'onon komaya sichomwon en batai nebo tendit kit nekiyoe. Sonyor akane consultation fee cheu cho. Anan ne okwek? So kimache keinvesten kora ketindoi lapkeiyetab kabwatutik simakinde tugukyok eleuro akaron kibet. Maunoni? And that is why kechocheni expensively amu yoche kora sait age kekere chorwa nenyun kokikasomanchi ngalekab electronics. Kale kanakop chito radio kole kakomach batteries. Kale ko kit nemi yote kityo komong wainik ak inyoichachen kan amun kechocheni berberiet. Anan ne okwek? So molele kiberbet lakini kimache kora keboisien eunek chekikonai boisiet asikobit kasarta nekotokibete nekibendi saisiek 100 kebe sait agenge in our investment. So please amache asom non sikobit kenam keun ongeinvesten en gaa kichobotin ketiok komi diaspora kinamwa keun iker kele haki neng'wong kora en olimbo gaa ko karibok, haki neng'wong kora en emet neomi ko karibok. Maunoni? Ak kit neo mising ine komakimache osop ak wasiwasi. Nanga komwoe David keker kele kakinyoru kartasisiek sikibure kemi kumnyes. Anana ko. Mama isi diebeni ikuse gong ile tot kolian kimache kibur kumnye. Au nane? Ang ne wan. Dama jo som. Omoi na basi se cho ju omoi ile. Aga begi tumbai. Kanat ke agenge ko mujo ko mutungenda at certificate nagararan go fo. Kimache gena gile kitte chono ani en como español bugi serikali ko ne ngi muche ge ai sikobit ku raisi banata we ga o malwan we je dire mugi mache itepte we nyege onge nam ji no la go cho ke mi ge nya sikobit ke changai tu de awe torete ne ko ga amuno ya mi awo tita ne mi reu ne magi mu ko sabe amune ni ni masabe amun mana ko mi biashara ne ge ya ile jadi buang biashara na mi nege teta nege bayenga ile di buang tanya mata aja gini tapi ni apa mereka mata aja so ongi mutunja chan sikutore to ke chan te mi tenga na to na mata so amati sa punyege amaje gigi dia mi singo big ya ke basa utrif aga gaja kan le kanda ko kamai ko punyege jarwana ga junde ni ko laga nge te ko wasingi shwang nandi ko ga tore te ga ya bucha ko ne basa uti ko ga ga pues ko go te ni ko ai zuru lakini dia tu ko ke maje gigi ke imeto ka ko ngalo lo ne nyu ka pesa wale ndo ni ko no mi limbo in Australia wale ko ngala la bari amun logok chiko nam jigeu ago mutke ba bali ba Australia so ki mache ki nam jineu logok chok ago bari anebuch ongeri para atutana ago atutanion de positive ongine logok chok ongei su logok chok abai bai foramini konoya logok chok ago churu no mai mane. Through this forum, Sorage Nuru Batia Music, Aqua Morise. It is true, it happens. Through this forum, Gora, Kenyoru, Jebioso, Aqua Ise, it happens. Amon, Gokumagi to Yage, Kumena in the name of honor. I was out to show, Ogegu Nagenge, Agegu family again. So, the which of Quake, you much of Wasia, Zagora, Kumaya, Lengi Gomega Nigiriwa. Yeah, Mozina na ukiriwa. Na kamo leje jango gitu awak tu boleh buat di man. But it is possible. Ane ko ma ko mana dia. Kuno David ko gere uang diorganisasi bungu. Karo ko ngawali de ngale. Ini ujian biasa ni juga gini. Macam itu kalau le de ngale gini. Mai tu itu bungu bi ke kan ke suko palan den gue dia ke bara ko ni kumia ke gue suko bi ti ko ni begeji ko mazi ala na ko so bata mo ya le ango ko gi megen parto ke sia de ba kenya ko chi tu iken kimeta sia se jot ko bo me mai ma anga na ke se bi gala so ko mau ta itu dei emurenda ogioni dei kanmek kuma toye barasia de baga obwan ke teinga onge boisi baramo note de goge nyu weni reyu ke tegenga amumitu ko goge ke ina te tone boye ko ngala lot chita agenge yesterday ko mo chini ole amu mo ko le kiko testa bitu so ko discipline nywa so gimacho ko discipline aginega awo tele ko nganda ita oni sekyo aktu bujo ko discipline so kimache mo note ne mo reyu ke tegenga Alex nasikia manen umeelewa itu bibi consultation fee imekuwa shilingi ngapi mtu amepata kazi so ongetegae era vini kengete ndire yu ongom na te lewo genyo wenyu omoiwe so bwana kiriwa tunakupongeza age magu jam na chen so ko da do ge na ba ta kan na mi ko mo ku ra ta kan na ana ne ko e da mi na ba da mi do ami sa veni the second time ya da ami second time ko ni o maximum e ma tu te kwata so aje ge mo na ka si ambassador de ko le ka ni lo so lo nya lo te CP si kwa ita 2027 kwa dami wijan ajun emini so mesikia ya maneno na tafuta kibarua so kundibuchine kwa ngwei ama kwa nimje arawe taasisi ototo kipome hausteni Gotabgaa umogori nyoro kwa chatiye ofisi na hausteni warai na Amerika ya baka isi vindi kana kwa uden audit ya bole sindio so kwa arawe taasisi Okwanga sobiti malon picture kim malon de ora la workshop itu dia food forum konai ora picture opportunities chemi age malonji la workshop mi singonera ni chok na le checha kuje kitigi na auto pressure in Kenya angre na le mi de point to gune lakini Kenya am missing Africa kwa ni elecha pi generally so kima chora ge malonji aku tukut koma Amerika, mungkin ada opportunities cemite tinggal, coba kau isunik yang punya kona. Amun picture ke jangan kau tu tik cuak, kau nasi makan tu kau office, ini kaki sih. Aku nyuruh sahabat dia nyata. Lagi ni, mina pasti sih jangan jadi tindai cemi around nyumbani kau buat picture. Kima cek punya gaya, kalau kau buat tu tik asal kau bikin sabja picture. Ini uang ina mama, aku tu. Dibuch foto ko tinanara at sisit ago tubachang isagege mursigi ogisui maunane ago mursigi original de waite anane anganari wala ma ware age ju lakini onka kwan bomen inara at sisit we yimo kwan au representative umu tien oi bu wa tien iduka Unyo bome, mau nane? Dibuch ikato piga penya, ikato piga bome, o kamai wana ikat ko TV deh. So, kumwa genai ko geligat ko TV deh, ko kamai tan. Ikat ko misi. Ada kita na harap kita. Uno tanis, kau kati tuh dalam misyo, ni memilih tadi buat tahun dage. Dibuch kongwei ama kwa berita Jehova kiwe sega impiga lake magituye kibe wawa tie wong ile ko ndio tige ndele gitu ugoto la kwa chemite no dimba Amerika so kima kwa jina Jehova ndio kwa kete asante basi amadigi kwa His Excellency anaongea vizuri. Thank you so much. So because of time, we might have maybe a few minutes. Some of you might have maybe a question or two that you would like to actually ask. So we'll just give you an opportunity to ask maybe one question. I will give so if you do have a question that is burning, we'll give you just 1 minute or so that you can ask a question. The governor or the Jamwana has a question.
Okay. Sasa naelewa kidogo governor. Unajua nilisomea Moi University. Nilikuwa nauza ngokiet. Yeah, so pocket money and then paying fees. So colleges sijui kama wanakula kuku siku hizi. Jogo kubwa hivi nilikuwa nanunulia 20 bob. Naeka kwa ile ya Waluya kwa ile matatu siku hizo ilikuwa ile ya face me. Inaenda peleka kwetu Mbale Vihiga nauza at 100 bob. So napata 80 bob. Am I calculating well? 20 shillings those days in 1992, 93. Great. Mine is just a comment. I don't have a question. It's to say, I think I'm a testimony to what Mheshimiwa Abraham has said, and Bwana Governor na David. If I'm gonna ongeza chumvi, Abraham will say if it's true or not. I've spent time with Abraham in Dallas. That is some time back. I can't remember the year. He introduced me to a church. Tulienda naye kanisa inaitwa Upendo.
Upendo, yes.
Yes, kwa Pastor Ruto. I'm told he's moved to Colorado, and he took me out for lunch. At some point, we even went shopping with the Governor San Nandi. And he said a few things he's told me here that have vision. At that time, I was giving my content to KTN and being paid, but he told me you have the networks, you can now own airtime, pay for airtime, and earn commercially from your time. So that's how I moved there in abroad to NTV, and it's grown bigger and bigger. Thank you to Abraham. He's a very visionary man. And he told me about Gotabgaa. One event you must cover in your life is Gotabgaa. I told him I'd almost covered it at some point when Mr. Eric Kebenei was president in Minnesota, but I didn't go because of lack of time. And look here, who would have thought that then I would be in Gotabgaa with Meshua years later. And he told me he was gonna buy, and internally I was just like, I didn't want to offend him. Because I know it's not easy for people from diaspora. I've had friends who come from diaspora and they fall flat. So internally I was like, huyu hakuna mahali anaenda. But I didn't want to offend him. Congratulations, Mheshimiwa, for proving me wrong. And another thing, I told him, Honorable Ruto, and at that time, if you asked even David Ndi or Ababu Namama would have told you, the tide, and it's a bit difficult. So I told him about Mheshimiwa Ruto may not make it, but now he's the President of the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, let me wind up by saying, I think done quite a bit in terms of highlighting diaspora. Recently, I was with the Secretary to the Cabinet in Brussels and PS for ICT Tanui. They're really pushing digital economy, and we've aired some of the content we did with them. So we also have an MOU with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. So yes, we are collaborating to just make Kenyans understand diaspora and diaspora to contribute better to policies back home. So it's happening, and you people are playing a great role. I just wanted to commend you on that. I've been in Europe. We just came back with my colleague here, Eric. Clap for Eric. Yeah, yes, and thank you for Morusik yesterday. I tested Morusik in Australia, also big Kalenjin community there. You are united, you are doing a great job, and continue with that unity to endelee kufanya kazi pamoja. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, Jamwanda, I remember that time when I mentioned about going back to run. He's don't waste your money, don't waste your resources. Then I asked him, what do you think about His Excellency? By then, Deputy President Ruto was the deputy. So I told him, what do you think? What are his chances? He told me, man, the system is against him. I actually don't see any chance of this guy winning. So today, the first thing when I met him, I told him, do you know that William Ruto became the president? He said, man, God is great, you know? That was the first question I had to ask him, because he had to know that for sure His Excellency became the president, and he said, God is great. And I want to tell you for sure, the win of His Excellency was because of God. The odds were against him, everything was against him, and nobody actually would have given him a chance. But because God, kama Mungu amesema, amesema. When God says it's yes, it will be yes. So we want to thank many of you who really prayed. Some of you may not have believed it. Even right now, some of them don't believe that he's the president, and they're still thinking that something might happen. Let me tell you, nothing is happening. William is the president of Kenya, and he will be president for a very long time. So we want to thank you for those who prayed and also trusted it. So we want to just give you 1 or 2 minutes to, if you have a question for the panels here.
I'm still the junior most among all of you. I think I'm 1 year and some 4 months here in the US. When you came, we had a and Corpus Christi border na Mexico kule chini. But nonetheless, kwa kingo to mwanoni America, kwa kiasi nileta mlogo yoga payment. Kwa kiasi mlogo yoga in Kenya for 13 years. About 13 years, 12 of them kwa kiami parliament. So kiru wabunda kwa Kenya kwa damoni na yule parliament. Lakini sa magunito over submitted my question. Kiru wabugage kwa mamiten committee for sports and culture and parliament. Ako mamiten committee about defense, intelligence, and foreign relations. Ako those are the two critical committees here. He should be a member because in those shit that they will be again to meet diaspora. Ko ka challenge in Kirwa next time you the committees. Either you will know sports and you will know foreign relations and intelligence. Ako mone kami professor ni katok mwenye ambassador. At the beginning of the session, kami the presentation for Barnabas. Pagino lale kada athletics agni give to lobby. Ko agite ko pertinent question gele. Middle scholarship, full scholarship jeni orus labo en Kenya. Lakini gobar ko pa the embassy kete kele chi oitega mamitel ABCD. What are opportunity for not? Ko yeyo tegeka. About the either question and parliament the minister of Mutua. Amune suko media such scholarship. Agongo abana of embassy kito Quebec akobaga. So it's a question not aki koga. Kingo chairman Kenya nebo committee no foreign and defense. Kumi committee ne media report ne iso man website tako bi paka parliament na hiyo library. Kogi kima gele monga na ko giga sere report na da gele. Kenyans kumi America. Kenyans chechang kumi then Texas. Abomi kimia proposal gele moja dia an office. I know we have embassy, Los Angeles and Washington. Kogi got the recommendation for Texas because of the population of the Kenyan community. Komata excited in the 2 years, but follow that recommendation. 2 years again, the population was so many, we are almost 7,000 plus Kenyans who are residing in Texas. So he took that recommendation. Governor Mutai, Governor Pachok. Apart from sports that are more partners, we then help nurses. Nursing almost between 2018 and almost 5,000 nurses. Nurses plus their families. We then two organizations, but Advanced Health Organization, Medpro, Avant, they saw on their website. They were in Nairobi 2 weeks ago, and they are going to Nairobi in another 1 month. Come in Nairobi. Umwaji lago, get medical training colleges. Go back to Nairobi, Syria, Avant. Asokoma. Go away missing brother or the president. Aye, or Gilgan. As a last Gibirkura, or more let them down. What it? Kapatske manifesto nebo, case the manifesto nebo UDA. Or he made the big diaspora. Or he got model the repatriation, within a letter, NHIF, Angalejan. This is why we
Thank you. Those are good questions. Those are very good questions and very pertinent questions. So
we don't take it very lightly. We respond to them shortly.
My name is Josh Mutai from Kansas City. Wish to congratulate Kirwa, David, Governor Bomet, for what you're doing in Kenya. My question, kind of repeat what I saw or what I experienced back home. Most of us that came from Kenya a few years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, or maybe more, you sat in a tent somewhere when people were praying for you so that you can come to diaspora and succeed. My challenge to all of us as Gotabgaa, every year or every 5 years, take it as a challenge to do something for your community. If it's healthcare, most of us are in healthcare. There's a lot of healthcare need in the community back home in Kenya. Organize yourselves as a chapter, even as colleagues. Do something, especially in healthcare. Now my question to, not really a question, but a contribution to the politicians back home. The problem is, Kogo, when you go home and do something, they start saying, you want to run. And then Kirwa starts to, and Kirwa will not actually be afraid because he's been here. But the other politicians begin to chochea and start saying one or two. My request to the politicians, and now that the president's brother is here, I know when you talk to him in the evening, tell him that diaspora is ready to bring development back home. Partner with us as diaspora so that we can give back to the community. There's a lot of avenues we can use in this country to partner. In the past we've talked about sister cities, we've talked about various things. There's a lot of opportunity. My request to the politicians, and take it, pass it along, that diaspora is ready to partner with you to use the avenues and opportunities here to bring development back home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bas, congratulations, Mheshimiwa Kirwa. Congratulations for winning the Sacco. Kongoi Professor Barchok, Kiki to my sister Promet, Oliver Jewel, Oliver Rock. You know, you take it out of me, you raise it. Kongoi Ruta, I'm a day needed to deliver in a day. So, being an alien, digital, keep with a jacket, you got diaspora, make a savannah. Came into Yenny Dalasio, they keep in a gay Alwando, a passport. Ko, I'm that never knew what you want. Sitting at that, Kibane is a game. Sitting at the passport is a game. Like me, she market me Dalasio, will be given Kelly, Tombo, Much Kenya, Malaysia, digital. Amu, Kanamanela walk through some. Passport, he goes to the I had to spend a lot of money. Agora, Kubiti Gibun Embassy, Kogina and Ambiti for yes. Kobon get by way, she didn't get any baby. Kawin the daughter, would agent ask that? Molibonachi, and never from there. Kevin getting dollars. Can you tell us Mother Bonga get away should obey? Shall we go? You know the cost. Or you move it from one city, I get another city, and you put it long. And you didn't get a budget. Never, if you say, one way,
a passport again. You almost spend like $1,000 to only look for something even that you will not receive instantly. So, kabisa missing akwe ko bandu. Ojo kwe wa ishoni tu. So kosit ngebe keze ngondo kuyo obedala sayin ki muji keju ngore na raisi au ngore na nyum. Anane yakwe. Anang ngebe ade akeri line. Kibe kujo askari kujo wagene chuja chagu wage biji kabi migration ken. Otherwise, kiki job of some Bongani later would give a room please keep a no me sing in Sergali again. At embassy in the good Bob, Washington DC. So, give me the deliberated way and ejo, go to Muji or pass and get a one with any. You go racing, or you wait for useful services. Get that. Give me Kenyan sticky music, so I would any. Kaliya mabobiga bembasi ni godore pita je kiga bisto so si Kenya Rwanda amugi realize and get chan Kenyans to the services job me bi tego to game man matunda utubando me we taga job right baga ni 21 years ago kitinda the band na ki go si ligi bo ken kabisa ni kita generation ni kita so godore te ga matunda je ga spend $1,000 ke je one way a passport. Oh, Mukai na bakun. Sige ako lagi kay teacher ke wish me what even. You are dealing with millionaires. These people are millionaires. You know. So authority guys sa manamit ay kung Amerika. Ay panamit ay kuya wagen kemi the services. Kongay. Okay. Kongay. Signature Mariana Lamwa, a Kalistas, no way passport. Or in getting a passport, I think you have done a minute, she's 25. Or Jevinuna, for Comedian passport. Or we will later, why am I struggling so hard? I will need it come and leave, and be you mamma. And then I started asking myself, why I'm always not. We need to his IT told me that there are a lot of IT people here. But we are more contractor, so what we shouldn't be doing. So if it can be done, but more importantly, something that touches my heart. This is sports. And I had an opportunity in Washington DC, given the president asked the same question. And it is very passionate to me because there are about 3,400 marathons that are run in the world every year. Of all 3,000 marathons in Dunia, in Kenyans, almost 3,000 of them. Just a few days ago, something that people don't really understand. In the 50s, under 4 minutes. Under 4 minutes. Under 4 minutes. I also stayed up. Our youth meeting, even the president went there up to Qatar. They went to Austria. Because Kimagoyanaji will race under 2 hours. So I stayed up again history being done. Under 2 hours. He did what nobody has done, and what Faith actually did is actually a story. It brings me back. We are very special. We are 0.1% of the world population, yet we control about 90% of long distance. That means we are very special. Now it brings me back
to Abraham Kirwan. You are my brother. Tim Oip, because there are a lot of problems. I happen to have run for Kenya 15 years, competitively internationally. Kitawa mi primary, in fact, kingo mi the secondary, kungo mi form 2, isiala na bitoli. So we isio mwadi bi form 2 aligawe ya Americana. Koyan bi kingo batare form 4, koyan gitu lingi tengo lewe niwe bitoli. So I started saving for my ticket. Kingo London in New York, for my ticket was 11,000 Kenya shillings. You couldn't buy American Airlines. Nigibunu West Africa. Of the 11,000, for 9,000 will be the condo to just 7. Ogawa and get to link it in Italy. Awadi and OAP. So, anyway, I know Ogawa and do not take Kita Navamida one, Namita song, Navasama. King Yana Weka, a Mojini or Legini. I'm going to give you a Peter. We are not poor man. I'll get on the mom what you need to give as in Gogan school issue. And I made sure that in every school, I'm not to lack better again. So, initially, I ended up going 100 to now 200 to Ngawajana until now when I go, I see some of my students here. Keep the government on more you work and an army or song. Kirwa you with Adam Maria and Gamma, Ulumija Indian Committee, Nimuja one to Chupumala later. Muki Gilga, we were here to college or the other was a woman and they got the possible. Now, so I Kapan and I was on in Kirwa. The biggest problem is the financial statement. Kisamati growing mami. So allocating the kondo widow jenegelen imuji jogi gure masok educational fund or the Bomet educational fund. Simi no son ke kwai ta ke kwai kumami gai ne ta ke kwai ko ba paundi. Ago mai give system. Ko ko na ke do not ko jo masok ko na ta ko jo counties. We have a problem of financial statement. Kimuji came to law, Kedan, Sigama Lord, Law, where Waga, who came along, said, give me the radio, Abraham, give me the radio, or Kalum. We can educate our people like that. Because education is knowledge. Perishing in the Mumma meter to you. Mamma Kasatana boy, Kerua Meja, you be song, you know that this Naledi David. The year 2005, I believe in William Ruto. That's why I'm in the Kyo when you're not Carolina. I remember the major was smoking of people like politicians. Or letting government on more to see you more than elect you more. Finally, he came. He's now the president of Kenya. So we believed in him in 2005. They believe in him up to now. You are not what Yamu Bushan to Diaspora Relations, Sekirogi Migi Mujiga. There are no people here, more than Bichu, Kiko. In fact, in Gimongo Quemo, Tiabi came over America, we know it in your bad, so you are actually the better one. So, Oisia, the knowledge, negative something of the Mongo, Momantabi, Mamma Kasatana boy. I'm very proud of college. I'm going to take you when you go late. Tell you about
I think we're going to give you a topic to be able to so one of the more jokes so we talk about now job what in a day from 1 2. Allow me to thank the gentleman of sports and also the issue of establishing a consulate. This issue of establishing a consulate is something that to go to Nigeria even when I was still here. We went to very advanced stage and then they decided against it. So there is a program that has been suggested and I think it is going to take place. We'll be running a pilot program very soon. what they want to do, they want to produce passports like what they are doing here in the US. Where now, we come to Houston, we look for 3 or 4 agents. The individual will qualify actually, like now, here you go to post office, you give your information, fingerprints, you apply for your passport, 2 weeks later, you get your passport on the mail. So, the government was saying, if we go the old way where we are going to establish an office, we are going to just get a building, it will be a lot of extra cost. But supposing we have an agency that runs passports throughout the US. You go to Dallas, you have an agency. You go to Arlington, you have an agency. You come to Houston, you have an agency. So that particular agent is somebody now who has been certified that, okay, this guy can work with the government, he can take the fingerprints, he can process the paperwork, and send that paperwork to Nairobi. You will pay the fee, which is, anywhere you go, you have to pay the processing fee. You'll pay to him. But his responsibility now is to collect your information, send your information by UPS to Nairobi. That information is processed and sent it back to his office. So you just walk in to Houston office and collect your passport. Instead of now coming to Washington, going to LA, going to Atlanta, you just come to Houston, you deal with that particular individual, and your issue is sorted because it's a near route. So this particular person will get the cost of running the office. He will pay whatever expenses, but you will pay the fee for the processing. That way, when you are in Atlanta, your stuff is processed in Atlanta. When you are in Kansas, we have an agent in Kansas who addresses those issues. When you come to Dallas, there is an agent in Dallas who will address those issues. That way, it will be more efficient and it will be more, the turnaround will be quicker, because I know many people are willing to pay what? A fee. So we hope it will work. It is something that has been discussed, and I think that is something we look into. The other option, we had talked about establishing a consulate office. We brought up that issue, and I think they are still addressing it. It was either Houston or Dallas. And if that particular issue will be discussed and agreed, then they establish. But they have really narrowed down to if there is a company that actually has brought a suggestion to do this particular testing that we are talking about. But there were some few things they were trying to finalize. The last time we were here with the PS Vito, we discussed the same thing, and that is exactly what he told me. It is something that they are actually pursuing in the ministry, and they want to test it probably this year. They will, before the end of the year or early part of next year, we're going to test that program and see if that program is going to work. And if it does work, it will solve the problem of the passports. But already, a small give me a passport, you indicate that agent, your city. We used to give within a few minutes, I told not be invited to process and no way of the connect. Luckily, you pay the processing fee. You can go down and ask for the same thing, so that it will reduce the turnaround. 2, the issue never sports, and I think that is a very genuine question that everybody is asking. And you allow to full scholarship, but when he goes to the embassy, they say no. We have to be able, and I'm going to raise this question up in Parliament, that I can assure you. I'm going to write it because in Bunge you have a right to ask a question, and the ministry will have to address that particular issue with the embassy. So I'm going to bring that issue up and that question up, and they will be compelled, the CS will be compelled to come to Bunge to answer it, and before he answers it, he will have gone to the US embassy to address that particular issue. So I will actually follow it through, and I will let you know how it goes, because we want to address the issue of our students as to why you have a full scholarship but you are still denied a visa. It makes no sense at all. So those are things that we are going to address. I'm in a position to do so. And I want to also challenge you and encourage you. Come up on a maswali. It is affecting the diaspora and it is something that can help us. Send it to me. I will leave you my number and my email. I'll give you my business card. Tuma, I will bring these issues up. The reason I'm in Parliament is to be able to represent your issues. So if you have an issue, uniambie, nitahakikisha kwamba nimeuliza hiyo maswali and that issue will be addressed. Uishi my office. As long as I'm still there, take advantage of that opportunity. How often do we have really an MP of diaspora who is representing the issues of diaspora? The fact that I'm there, I'm willing to represent your issues, will write it to me, address it to my office, and we'll make sure that those issues are addressed. And many, many other issues of diaspora, because we're here to make sure that your issues are addressed. So allow me to give Governor to, maybe he might have one or two things to add, and also David, one or two issues to add, so that we can allow people to go have dinner.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Kirwa. We have to put in the MB or diaspora. So some of these issues go because of our relationship with government, because part of us, and the president is committed for getting a regulatory picture to meet the diaspora. That one I'm very sure. And most of the things that were raised, I think, were actually comments, but I want to follow what Mr. Ron was saying, particularly in the work of America and when you want to be another. The main limitation that I'm going to statement. And by this idea that we can have some funds, and for example, we have a Bomed educational fund, they give much of trade or because what they did, more than spending this money, is only for process statement, process, and then whatever fees, that's what we can do. So we put it out. And we will also be supporting to have infrastructure in place. The 5th of next month, here at the IRQT Training Center in Bomet, is called Tega. See, can I do more Parnaba? As a mobile work out and beat. So, I get mood, I have this up. We are created with the president that training facility. So, we are a couple of work or I won't give you about giving throwing the scholarship that will not be fair. I'm going to tell our never turn away to me. So, when we also recommend to get a community or a big Chikai Chuango, Niamege, and much. So, we know it's the name. I will never again maybe tomorrow, or which you were in the past, now. And which way, personally, in commerce and non governance, came a get too good to get the opportunities. Being a lega massive. Again, another different day staff access. Gigo training, they have nursing and they have educated generally, but just again opportunities to go more or chance to nursing in the not on the Mala again, a lot of interest. So, those are some of the opportunities and I think having these forums for INGA will be an opportunity for you and for me and all of us who have information to share that information with our youth. And when you are making the information, may not pay or make it out of the like in your me, you push any, I'll give where we get a two again with your authority, away up and when I'm going on the so only change information. For me, when you're not a tool, we teach you much more than the information like and I hope I Nafas, they give much information, they will not today, no meeting in America. So only a change. If I more wage, get changed there, you watch it or book your good. Again, in your loop in our side as a way to collect a lot of teacher. And which way, please, in a model and a measure, so we for some such a lot of your away Kenyan, Kenyan, Asana.
Thank you, Governor. So I just to make a few comments also, just to add to what Mr. Mukewa said regarding the issue of passports, because that's one of the topics I've been very keen on, just knowing some of the issues that we've dealt with in the past. And yes, I think the idea is what most of the conversation the government has been having is what is the best way to do some of these things. And if other countries have done it, how are they doing it? And particularly for the passports, many countries actually have that agency model. For example, in India, most of their people, their agencies all over, even in this country, all over this country. So you just go to a local agency and you get your passport. So, and these are companies that are specialized in just doing passport processing. So the idea is to follow that agency model where you just hire these companies and do that for you. So, and I think Ambassador will explain that more. If that is effective, that will actually address a lot of these issues that we have, so that you just go to a local agent. And then in general also, as you've heard, the government has been pushing so hard on this idea of digitizing government services. So as we move more towards the digital space, I think you're going to see more efficiency in general. Now, there's also a cultural element of our country, unfortunately, which it's going to take a lot longer to get people to do things the right way, but at least digitizing the economy will move people in the right direction. And then also just some comments on what our friend here mentioned. And it's really about this idea of trying to make a difference in the community. That's something we're going to support very much. Carol and I will actually be doing whatever we can. If you have some projects in your ward, your constituency, and you need some support, that is something we want to really be involved in, because we want to see that we make a difference in our community. That's something that is very we're passionate about, and I encourage you guys. You don't have to do something massive. As long as you're doing something to make a difference, you change the lives of a few people. That's going to make a difference overall, because if each and every one of you is able to do that, then the aggregate change will be big. And then also the issue of the hustlers. I don't think the president has forgotten the hustlers. It's a so I think they needed to address major crisis, but over time, and all the programs are really geared towards helping hustlers. Even these housing projects, it's going to create employment to a lot of hustlers. You understand, the hustler fund that is geared towards empowering hustlers. So I don't think the president has forgotten the hustlers. Thank you. Thank you.
Allow me to say thank you. Because of your time, on the Malay game only, Sai Shekubo Mana, Nagin Bojuan Muda, so we so give it your wish, I'll give it a shona, in the job, so Sergali, was it Wazi, Tuko Sawa, Tuko Kangari, Kilaki Tuko Sawa Mumbani, or the style the job we should bully, or where would you put the bullying Gayagasi? We are to go in Mato to be dollar, and if you mortgage the dollar, you will imboga. So, to my peasant ban, so we carry gas, like it didn't see it. To give it up when we sing, Agir wale mi pasta kimito yo kabisa na kami jo mangolio agir ya ngunya agene sorry.
Lageti singing your pasta, you pray for us together. So we did. So because of
yes, tomorrow put the giving on your gives kita kan maybe 2-3 minutes tomorrow just get ma one two committee to your moving and it mo ni kapsa buriet mo tayo mo ni kapsa di kyo community diaspora so kita kan itu 2-3 minutes but we want to say thank you Mungu awabariki sige tu mo tayo awagan wo asanteni sana kama Mungu awabariki.
let me make an announcement and then you will ask make the comment you're trying to make and then give the community
myself, the music. It's not really kitchen. I would be volunteering. Chachani, maybe proven government. And then I needed that region for quite a long time for the second government in the country. So, Governor, what you really want to do, how much you saw, we think about PPMs, Residential Music Commission. Make your language from a government role in the I would come in to me, don't give me to go then. And as well as we want to take the mobile and the team. Amo, go my team to go bit. Kira hoki wirtaga hoina ya bome utin ke andar ga lu ke to le tagu tin na ga na hoati ya boa period di banda ga pa ya ti amu gemma iti kuguru amacha samale engri dasito ogergo como están los que no hay que así o tare na to swami na onge como están los que no aunque no se en counties que richi para vi aquí na nuana no to la versión no que no muy bien alega richi dicen en alega que no se me hace que tiene hoy cheque una message abu ti ala sumo amu tu teba up to international level yang alega use to mele ne gizo rais ago mi biga ki go so chicken and moi putting the level so story people ago gona kona mi Australia go go bi wala chema chicho ago jo ko je kondo la go ya amu go ne bi ta je gure DJs agala ago no go hey ago ba selingi dogi ne kan ke chicho oh vi ho tina va sa tipo ago bi story ti vamos a talk
So, Konya, Chan Anyengale, one of the things when I started the program earlier today, I made a comment. I say we start on time, we end on time. You know? We ended at 6. We were supposed to have had dinner by 7 o'clock, and we ought to be up by that time. Looking at your watching, we are currently at 8:30 at night. So anybody that wanted to sightsee Houston, that hasn't happened. But first of all, I just want to apologize ahead of time. The reason why we allow this program to continue is we were trying to stall the program because the Quadrant Chakula was supposed to be here by 7 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock, almost 9 o'clock, and when we call them, they say, hey, we need to bring the food at 9 o'clock there, which is not what we told them. So this place shuts down at 9 o'clock. So what that means is our dinner is going to be transferred to a different address. So from here, we're going to go to the place where we had the Caribou night yesterday for dinner. So if you don't have the address, I can give you the address here. So from here, this place closes by 9 o'clock. So that means all of us If you have some trash over there, please, we'll have to move that trash to try to clean it up a little bit so that it will come tomorrow. So the address is the 150 Pruitt Road. That is in Spring, Texas. So it's 150 and then Pruitt Road. 150 Pruitt Road. I'm on the second and the type it the Spari. That is the name of the building, the Spari. Okay. So that is where we're going to have dinner tonight. So make sure that you have, when we go there, make sure you have your bracelet and your name tag and the meal card for you to be able to be served the meal over there. I want to apologize for the inconvenience this has caused, because I want to be a man of my word. But this time, because we outsourced dinner, those people let us down today, but I promise you they will do the same thing for us tomorrow. So as we end, I will invite Pastor Joel later to close with a word of prayer so that today's talker. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Jehovah Pandanyon, Kumabongwe Missing, Amway Natumi, Kumabongwe Tuye, Kulavakastai, Kumabongwe Malali, Kumabongwe Gondwe Kyo, Timothayu, Isamilana, Gondwe Sigun, Asi Doichi, the Voice, Isangini Bara, Gondwe Kenya, President, Utro, Ilator, a team of team payment on the Kenya. The people feel away one and Wukyo, I will give it to the root to your negative time in heavy, I will allow to engage in to get it money, it out from China. Or in the game, you know, when you get to Monday, you might get some, and do say on Naga, away the tent over the meeting, we saw it in Germany, so Mabit see and I have it give away at the two. Or in the level of the message, and then
No, nilikuwa by 1 o'clock. Lakini nilikaa huko hivi. Sema. Mimi niko poa. Nimeona tu kwa utolewa. Yeah, bwana, nimekuwa kazi kwa hapa. Maneno. Wewe ni brother. Good job.
Oh, you leave it. You have stuff to use over there? You're not in charge of that?
Yeah.
Why don't you do your one?
Okay, now come. Wait. Hebu muulize. Hapo hapa. Yeah. Hebu tuingia.
Janet.
Sina fungu hapa.
Yeah.
So we need to leave all the things here.
No, but they're going to Nini. We are going to have an interview for with these guys, the politicians, in Hyatt.